So Andrew bumping up to 30. Iowa Matt, though, putting in the 3-bet from the small blind. Nick game on this hand. Makes it 110, and Gabe waking up with pocket jacks. He has announced a raise to 285. Stein going to lay down the queen 10. Iowa Matt ripping it. And now Gabe with the best hand at the moment in a horrid spot. What do you do with pocket jacks here, chat? I mean, it is a absolutely atrocious spot if we're in Gabe's shoes. We have Iowa Matt ripping it on us after 3-betting from the small blind. Jacks really have shriveled up when we've 4-bet and gotten 5-bet ripped on. If you're just now tuning in to us on YouTube at Red Star Social, and he makes the call with the jacks. Gabe in very good shape right here for essentially a double up. Looks like they're going to run it 2 times. Jacks versus queen 9 of hearts. Jacks a 2-1 favorite here. Iowa Matt needs a queen or some hearts. 1 heart on that flop. The first board will count toward the bomb pot. Matt going to need a queen and a queen only, and it has to be a black queen. Does not come. Board number 1 going Gabe's way. $1,700 pot. Matt looking for a... Never mind. The turn boated him up. Gabe hits his boat on the turn. No help will be allowed for Iowa Matt. He'll be reaching into his pocket to find some other chips, and look at that. Voila, magic. Couple beautiful lavender chips. Matt has pulled out of his jacket sleeve pocket. I mean, the rare jacket sleeve pocket. Lavender chips worth $500 a piece, so Iowa Matt coming in for 1,000 bones. This is a 1-3 no limit hold'em game. $10 straddle mandatory as stated by the players. So 3 blind game, $1,000 cap, 200 minimum. Like I mentioned before, if you are just now tuning in, most of these players, however, will not be in for the 200 minimum. They're going to lean toward the $1,000 cap, if anything. Daniel waking up with ace-king, and Keller 8-7 offsuit from the cutoff. Iowa Matt, jack 8 of diamonds on the button, makes the call as well. Garrett with the ace-5 offsuit decides he wants to play for all of it. Here we go. $398 in Garrett stack. $400 basically in the middle from him. Daniel not making the fold. Keller makes the fold easily, as does Iowa Matt. And Daniel in great shape to stack Garrett and get rid of his knit button basically immediately. I like these shades, though, that Garrett has on. Garrett's got the shades on. He's got a little boba tea rocking right now. Different vibe than we are seeing normally from Garrett. Just popped into the chat. Saw a couple comments about low commentator volume. Gonna fix that as we speak right now. Garrett, as we speak, flopping a 5 right here. And Daniel needs a 6 or a king or an ace. Does not come. Daniel going to be reloading a couple of the old chippies. Yeah, we appreciate that, Rocky Browning. Thank you for the heads up. Came in a little hot tonight. Normally like to get a little bit more preparation in before the stream starts. But we did have a change in our internet provider. We got some fiber optics over this way. So we were working on that a little bit tonight. But do appreciate you tuning in to some great poker action this evening, as well as KR Samuel. Thank you as well. And here we go. Fido gonna be under the gun here. Knit buttons alive and well. Looks like 7 of them still out on the table. Fido waking up with red queens. $10 straddle out there, like I said, mandatory 10. He's going to make it 155, it looks like. Huge open here. Skywalker out of the way. Professor, though, looking across the table, wondering if anybody has a hand. Not sure if Professor has looked at his hand, even. Garrett, garbage can of a hand. Professor with 10-6 off had not looked at his hand, clearly. And Fido going to take that one down, get rid of his knit button. Doesn't have to pay. That did feel like a little bit of a case of PTS Queen right there, where we have the pocket queens and we're not really trying to see a flop, turn, river, and see a king or an ace, whatever. Just don't want to see any hand beat us, so we're going to make it, 15x. And it does work. And Daniel not scared here. Rips it $270 all in. But gonna get there on the river. Hits his queen, gets rid of his knit button. Wins a $641 pot. Andrew, the donator here with the better 10, has Daniel absolutely dominated. But starting off strong tonight, live on location here from Red Star Social, as we are every week, every Wednesday night, 7 p.m. Central Time, coming at you live. Giving you some 1-3 Hold'em action. Very playable and relatable stakes to almost any and every poker player across the country. Got 20 of you guys now in the chat watching us, so we appreciate you guys tuning in. And we are just getting started. Only been at it for about 20 minutes. Keller bumping it up with sixes. We see Iowa Matt make the call. Fido make the call with sixes as well. So the sixes are all gone. Excuse me, Professor made the call as well on the button. But it's going to be Skywalker putting in a 3-bet, $150, ace jack offsuit. Gets a fold from Keller, but a call from Iowa Matt. Iowa Matt dominated here, does have hearts working for him right now. Professor making the call as well with 9-8 offsuit. So these guys are battling for the nit game. Want to get rid of these nit buttons. Fido in some poor shape right now. Gonna need help by way of like a wheel on the board with his sixes. Or perhaps an 8-7-5 flop. Professor, top pair of eights with a 9 in his hand. Matt, nothing to work with, just one heart on the board as well. And then Skywalker over here, ace high. Fido making the check. Skywalker squeezing it pre-flop here, 630 in the pot. Like to see him go for a size around 150 again. Yeah, 105 is fine as well. Does get Iowa Matt out. And now Professor, even with a strong hand such as his, not really loving it. Because we can make the call right now, but we know that Professor will not be hitting a straight. But Professor is going to take the aggressive route and just make the raise right off the rip right here. $350 to go if you're in Fido's shoes. Fido, I believe, actually. Excuse me. Fido making the fold with the sixes. Open-ended. And I'm looking at this camera shot right now. I don't see a world where Fido and Skywalker just don't get their chips mixed up. They don't just push their stacks together, make them one. Back to the hand, though. Skywalker in the blender. 245 for him to call with just ace high right now. put out a $105 bet on this flop. He's going to rip it. Professor Snap calls. Skywalker doing probably better than he should be doing since we've seen all 4 sixes folded. Ace on the turn here. Professor needs a 8 or a 9. And it's another ace. Skywalker. Starting out hot. So here we go. Hand number 11 on the night. Playing 1-3. No limit hold'em. $10 mandatory straddle. And a 1K cap. Most of these guys can buy in for is $1,000. Keller making the easy laydown with the 9 deuce off. Iowa Matt limping in with ace king off. It's an interesting strategy here. Let's see if it pays off for him. And it's going to pay dividends immediately. Garrett, king, queen off, bumping it up $50. And Andrew makes the call on the button. Very playable hand on the button, especially Nick game going on. Ace 3 of clubs. Daniel not one to fold a pair. This might just get all in, and Iowa Matt going to be up to a decision. Wow. Daniel just making the call, and Iowa Matt with a very easy decision. His limp works out absolutely perfectly. $830 to go. If you're in Garrett's shoes, this really sucks. But king, queen off is just a hand that we get to lay down pretty easily. We lose $50, but we don't lose $815. Sunglasses on, perhaps wants a little TV time, a little camera time. I did hear they were casting for the new Spy Kids movie. So perhaps he's trying to get some B-roll footage for that. No, does lay it down. And we're going to have a flip here. It's going to be 9-9 versus ace-king. Daniel never getting away from pocket nines. The whole Gretzky hand. Somebody call clock on this guy. Goodness gracious. He's got pocket nines. There's no way he's going to put them in the muck. He's sliding them. He's sliding them, and they're going in the muck. Oh, my God. What a nit. Oh, he hates it. Lateralus absolutely hates it. Iowa Matt loves it. Takes down a cool, what was that? $160, $165 extra by limp ripping ace king for 85 big blinds. The heat is on. The heat is on. And we have had a bit of cold weather here in the Austin area over the last couple weeks. Couple times it's gotten down in the mid 30s. Real late in the night or early in the morning, however you want to view it. In the Nick game, driving some more action hands. Skywalker, 9-7 of clubs, beautiful hand. Garrett, ace-6 of diamonds. 9-7 of clubs, flopping best right now. Ten of spades on the turn. The 9 that Skywalker has is still in the lead. However, Garrett has an over with his ace. Keller, a king and a queen, does not come. And it checks through. Skywalker going to win this $100 in the middle pretty easily. Nicely done. Skywalker starting off pretty hot again tonight. 2,400 or so in his stack already off the rip. And I'm looking at the YouTube comments yet again. David Canaliato. Excuse my pronunciation. I'm seeing your comment. Turn your mic up. Yes. Did just that. And then also recommending that we need to mic up the players. We will be doing that in the future. We are a new stream here on the YouTube web space. Poker streams, very difficult to run. Lots of moving parts. Very difficult to get from A to B, from the shuffle of the cards and the play of the hands to getting it out to you guys out on the YouTube and on the internet so that you can view it. So it is a very difficult process. However, we are invested in putting out a good product for all of you guys that are tuning in week after week. Oh, nice. I did get it right. I'll probably get it wrong next time, I guess. Wow. This might be one of the most impressive comments I've ever seen in a poker chat. Tom Briggs said, Iowa Matt donated a kidney to his grandfather last year, and he's forever thankful. Wow. Very, very generous of Iowa Matt. That is an incredible sacrifice that he made. So props to him, and very happy you are tuning in, Tom Briggs, watching the stream, supporting, I assume, your buddy now, if not before, Iowa Matt. That makes me really want to root for Iowa Matt tonight. You know what? Garrett going to bump it up $30 with the pocket nines, the Gretzky hand. Jack 8 deuce rainbow flop. So Gabe with 10 high, Keller with ace high. Both have nothing to work with really here. Keller with some backdoor options. Garrett with the best of it by a lot. Keller not going to be scared. Going to play anyway. Looking for a diamond or a Broadway card except for a jack. Yeah, jack, no help for Keller. Keller going to need a ace or a 10 here going to the river. Garrett checks back. Deuce of diamonds. Keller could realistically think that he has the best hand here and want to bet for value. He puts out a $10 bet. Feels a lot. It feels a lot like that's what he wanted to happen when he bets that board right there. And Garrett does just make it 50. Perhaps a spot where Garrett could think, oh, I'm taking the bait that Keller put out there. But Garrett correctly sniffing out this situation, making the call. Keller, or making the raise, excuse me, and Keller making the call behind with ace high and taking it down. There we go. Very nice shot from the guys in the back. Working hard in the studio. We got the Red Star chips right there. If you don't know, now you know. The denominations. Blue chips are $1. Red chips worth $5. Green chips worth $25. And those black chips with the nice yellow and red sides painted on them, those are worth $100. We have also seen some lavender chips come out of Iowa Matt's jacket pocket. Those are worth $500. Gabe with the Red Star nuts here makes the fold. Does not opt to play, and we've got just two more hands remaining in the Nick game. I believe it's Professor and Andrew in the 7th seat over there in his Washington cap. Not really a fan of that, but we'll move on. Here we go. Ace, King, 5, 2 hearts. Daniel, the ace of hearts as well, so smashing this flop. It's the first time I've ever seen Daniel drink a beverage other than a high brew coffee. I'm actually a little bit worried about the guy. He might get sick. He's not going to be sick about that turn, however, holding the ace of hearts in his hand and going to get bet into $200, it looks like, from Fido. $225. Daniel. What do we do now? 571 behind. Do we rip it in, pray? Or do we call and let him keep bluffing into us on the river? And it looks like he's going to go for the call route. Going to let him just keep bluffing into us. Pretty good card for us if we're Daniel. King of diamonds. Especially when he checks it over to us. We can take our showdown value now and just check back, and Daniel does just that. Going to win this hand with his ace there. And I swear over the last 11 hands that I've told y'all about this. Fido's stack is just merging with Skywalker's stack over there in the corner in the 8 and 9 seat. Here's a nice shot of Daniel's stack. He's watering it. It's growing. And a little sunlight to it. Oh, Keller still has his knit button as well. Wow. Wow, we've got some hidden knit buttons over here. David's saying solid production value, but his one recommendation is that he wants to allow us to take donations in real time to heckle the players. He just wants 2% of the house cut. Well, boy, do I have news for you. This YouTube chat is free. You can say whatever you want about these players right now. Professor all in, $480. Queen Jack of Hearts. Putting the squeeze on, wants to get rid of his knit button. Keller with a pair. Daniel with the old King Jack offsuit. And Keller makes the call. Here we go. They're going to get after it here. Professor looking for a queen, a jack, or some hearts. They're running at one time. Keller not afraid. Not good news for Keller, though. Going to need a deuce on the turn or the river. Only one remaining. The ace of clubs is not a deuce. Looking for the deuce of clubs. Does not come. Professor getting rid of his knit button, doubling up. Jade Eiler's in the chat. What's up, buddy? Happy that you are in here hanging out. Appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, no mics on the players. We do have a couple of mics on the table. I try and do my best to not talk over them when they're being interesting, but, I mean, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Basically 9 bozos and then me. Who would you rather listen to, me or these 9 bozos, right? So you can watch them play poker and listen to me, right? No, I'm just kidding. I just we don't have the setup at the moment to where I can actually understand exactly what is going on the table in real time with what they're saying. So I have to lay back a little bit here and there. However, that is in the works. We are making some major upgrades here at Red Star Social. So have no fear. The stream will be here every Wednesday night, about 7 p.m. Central. We got a big one brewing. Iowa Matt, Ace King of Diamonds. Fido just making the call with the 7-deuce. 7-deuce game is on. Gonna fold now after Gabe bumps it up from the dealer button. Gabe feeling himself a little bit here. Ace Jack offsuit makes it 150. Iowa Matt gonna be just ripping it down his throat right now. And we'll have to see how Gabe responds. 1,800 in front of Gabe. So Iowa Matt, when he goes all in, just makes the call, surprisingly. Gonna decide to play this one out of position. In out of position. You know, like the cutoff versus the button, that's like in out of position. Does come 10-7-7. Neither player have a 10 or a 7. Iowa Matt, still the best of it. No diamonds on the board, however. Checks it over. Gabe, 125. Might just be small enough to entice Iowa Matt to make the call. He does. Snap call. Here we go. A 9 of diamonds on the turn. Pretty good card for Gabe, actually, here. Gives him some more outs. He has 3-bet the pre-flop, C-bet the flop, small, 574 in the pot. Decides to check now, 23% equity in his favor. Both hit an ace. Uh-oh, watch out. This is going to be a $2,000 pot. Just kidding. It goes check, check. What am I watching? Saturday morning cartoons? I mean, this is just abysmal. Just Iowa Matt gives him the rope, and Gabe does not take it. Iowa Matt happy to take that pot down, though, however. Jade Eilers, appreciate that. Might be the first person, actually the second. My mom did tell me I was entertaining a couple streams ago, so I appreciate that. And we got to get rid of this Nick game. We got to kill this Nick game. Andrew Stein over there with his button. Keller with his button. Daniel waking up with pocket kings. And Gabe in an absolutely terrible spot. Ace king. Puts in the 3-bet. $90. Garrett folding the last king, gets out of the way. Andrew, Fido, both out of the way. Back to Daniel. Does he want to play for it all pre-flop? Or does he want to slow play it like Iowa Matt did last hand with ace king? No, he's going to put in a 4-bet here. $300 to go. Daniel, $705 back. Gabe sitting on a stack of 1,600 smackaroonies. $90 out there already. Rips it. Snap call. Here we go. Big pot brewing. Big pot brewing. Here we go. Daniel way in the lead, and Gabe going to be looking for an ace and an ace only right now. One time. 10-3-3. No help. $2,000 in the middle. And a 10 on the river. Daniel. $2,000 going that man's way. Yeah, Jade, I do have a couple sidekicks that pop into the booth with me here and there when they're able. Tonight's just me, myself, and I. Unfortunately, got to listen to all 4 of us. Braden. Dang, nice to see you, buddy. Thanks for tuning in. When am I playing? I mean, when am I not is the better question. But appreciate you tuning in. Joining this Red Star Social live stream. Go ahead and give us a like. if you haven't right now, get out of the chat, go and like the stream, then go to our page, hit the subscribe button, follow us, all of that jazz. I mean, I don't know if jazz is your favorite type of music. It might not be mine either, but it works, all right? So go and do it. At least David caught my joke. Me, myself, and I, 4 people. Yeah, my math isn't so great, right? $33 people tuning in. Oh, here we go. Cumulative winnings. Skywalker, big winner right now, up 1,400. Daniel right behind him after that hand, 1,300 in the green. And Garrett up almost 500. Everybody else in the red. Iowa Matt, big loser right now, down 700. Keller down 6. Everybody else in the 400 to 500 range. So nobody getting too beat up at the moment. But we don't know when that could change. Somebody could get absolutely Kimbo sliced by the end of the night. You never know. That's so Gabe. Here we go. King 7 of clubs in the muck. Andrew 9-8 offsuit, but he is on the button and has a knit button in front of him. Going to make it $60. Getting a generous fold out of Skywalker there. Daniel getting out of the way. In Keller, King, Queen, offsuit. This is going to be the last hand of this knit game. Keller going to be ripping this one. And Andrew has the choice to either call or fold. We'll see what he decides. He snap calls it. He says, let's gamble. Here it is. Queen, Jack, 5. So Andrew needing a 10 and a 10 only. Does not come. Keller are going to be the winner of this hand, taking down $750. And Andrew will be paying the knit game, or the knit tax, I should say. Now down the most, down 800. Not counting this extra $100 that's going to be going into the splash pot right now. Here we go. Splash pot, $100 in there. $20 also went to the dealer. Killian put those 4 red chips in his box real quick. He's keeping them well away from anybody else that's trying to grab them. Wants to hold on to them things. But $100 in the splash pot. Andrew paid $120 from his stack. Garrett making the call, Jack 10 offsuit. Andrew has a hand that he looks like he wants to play, Jack 9 offsuit from the cutoff. And Skywalker, Jack 10 suited from the small blind. Daniel now with 6-3 of clubs. Keller with an absolute monster over these hands with the ace 8 of clubs. Eight in the window. Nobody with a queen either. It does check around. Oh, pardon me. Garrett in position here. Going to put out a $50 bet. Andrew makes the call with his gutter, though. As does Skywalker. As does Daniel with just 6 high. And Keller in there as well with his 8. The best hand at the moment. 7 of hearts. Giving Daniel some hope here. Looking for a 5. Everyone else still needing the same outs they had prior to that turn. Garrett, after he bet the flop and got called in 4 spots, not feeling too comfortable about Jack 10, or is he? No. And it's a 4 of spades on the river. Keller with the best hand if he stays in. Daniel perhaps has some devious intentions here. He's going to go big. Keller getting out of the way. Daniel going to be likely taking this pot down with 6 high. And getting to show it with his overbet here. 450 into 300. Look at this. He gets to show the table. Everybody loves to see it. Except Keller, who would have won the pot. I'm going to take a short break, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
can do like a. I don't want to do a wig. I don't mind it.
Start before he gets in.
Reverse button PLO would be sick.
You mean like getting used to the one Snorbit thing?
I'm sorry.
Like one Snorbit, you have PLO hands?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty fun.
Dude, I miss that about Houston, dude. And Austin, it's different, right? It's Austin is reverse button bomb pots. Houston's reverse button PLOs, by and large.
San Antonio's like Austin.
Yeah.
Interesting thought.
That's just been my experience playing at the Texas Card Houses and the other rooms. Like,
That way, when you sit down at a game to play Hold'em,
Houston likes their PLO, that's for sure.
sit down
Yeah,
and
they
play
do.
Hold'em, and then like, hey,
and
you
just in
play
my
Hold'em,
opinion,
bring
the
in
bomb
once
pots
or
once
Matt,
in
what
a
do you
row
think?
really
Matt, what do
slow
you think?
down low.
I don't want to do
games.
bomb pots, but if we could do double board PLO,
Or,
No, we're talking about. That's not what he was saying. He was saying regular PLO once in a while.
yeah.
well, that's fine too.
I thought he was like that.
So I'll say
I
Nicky
don't
starts
bomb
to
pots
San
over
Antonio.
there, like, too small.
40.
Like the PLO.
40.
I will sell my vote to whoever
Borrow
pays me the
milk
most.
tea.
Like, what is it, $10, maybe $20? You want me to vote for you in your direction, Professor?
I don't know. I don't even know what I want.
Professor wants to win, dude.
I do. That's true.
So existential are you going?
Kind of existential.
Good.
35. Bet 35.
And the thing about being existentialist is you know you ain't gonna keep it that way.
Yeah. Everything is fleeting.
C4 call.
Even fleeting things are fleeting. What?
You ever read Camus, Professor? 75.
No, I haven't. I should, but I haven't. But
They're really short books, too.
the existentialists I know are the ones from psychology rather than from philosophy.
Can't do an
Camus,
absurdist.
yeah, he's an absurdist, but he's
C4 call.
he's kind of
I know who Camus is.
6.
Oh, he knows
Game
Camus.
for you.
I have a 6.
Wait, what is it? What is he? The Stranger? Is that what
Well, he has a
no
couple
way
different
you're
ones. The
over
Stranger, he has Mythos, Sisyphus,
Is he right? Rosencrantz and Guilford?
he has one called the Plague or something. The Plague or
Nick game?
disease or something.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
That's the guy.
I'm back. I'm back. I know you guys miss me.
Yeah.
He kept
I'm gonna get some art for my house.
Camus, the thing about Sisyphus is everybody like thinks it's supposed to be a sad story, but Camus was like, you're supposed to like imagine that like, he found his meaning in pushing the rock up the hill.
That's the exact
Like
art
the
piece
meaning
I'm
of the
gonna get.
thing that is the meaning.
It is. It's a picture of Sisyphus pushing the rock, but the caption is "One must imagine Sisyphus happy."
Yeah, exactly.
I think imagine is a key word there.
No, I mean,
Listen, we're all pushing rocks uphill. Let's just be fucking real.
Some of us are pushing the rock downhill.
And here we go. Another Nick game
Some of us are getting crushed by the rock.
getting started.
First to push it
I
uphill,
don't
not
want the
like
knit
Those
button.
yellow buttons you see out in front of every player, they say knit on them,
When I play to the knit button.
going to signify
To it.
everybody's game piece.
Come on now, man.
And the knit game works like this.
Let's get him a
Everybody starts with a yellow button in front of them. As soon as they win a hand, they're going to get rid of that button. They do have to show the hand down, like Fido just did right there. You see him getting rid of his button. Have to show the hand down, turn it face up for the whole table to see. But the last player in the game with a knit button is going to have to pay the knit tax. It's a progressive knit tax throughout the night. Started at $120. $20 went to the dealer. $100 went into the pot for the next hand. It was a splash pot. $100 free money in there. This one will be $20 more. $140.
I am playing 1-2 in my mind.
$20 still going to the dealer.
high roller here, bro. Eventually, this is 1-2.
And $120 going to the middle.
Garrett's used to going through different things with cards behind the house.
Hey, whoa.
Hand 25 of the night. And we just got started
Back
just about an hour ago. We've been streaming. Played some big pots already. You can see the stacks around the table. It's a 1K cap buy-in. Skywalker sitting on 2,300. Daniel sitting on 2,600. Couple of stacks over 1,000 as well. Iowa Matt about 1,400. Garrett just under 1,000, and Professor on 1,300 himself. A 7-6-4 rainbow flop, not a bad flop for Professor. Flopping the joint, and Garrett flopping top two pair. Everybody strap in right now, because it's going to go down. Garrett bets $35. Professor not going to waste any time here. Raising to $150. Garrett not going to see this one coming. 8-5 offsuit. Not going to see the nuts. And Daniel making the call as well with top. Pair of sevens with an ace. Just 1% of the equity in this hand in Daniel's favor. Gonna need a lot of help for him to win this one. Garrett, however, thinking over his options right now. Does he just call? Does he get it all in? What does he want to do? I don't think we're ever folding 7-6 here if we're Garrett. And he is going to put it all in. Professor, scratch of the head. Going to do a little Hollywood right here. I just hope that Garrett doesn't have a peanut allergy, because they're coming his way.
He started it, man. He said 1 for call, 2 for fold.
Garrett all in for 777. The count is accurate. Professor all in, covering Garrett. Daniel does get out of the way with his knit button, and Garrett needs a 7 or a 6. And he has one remaining out. The 6 of diamonds on the river is what Garrett's looking for. A lot worse than 9%. Does not come. Looked like it for about a half a second, though. If you blinked at the wrong time, you might have thought that it would be the 6 of diamonds. It wasn't. It was the 5 of hearts. Professor with the best hand, flopping the joint, taking down an $1,800 pot. And look at this. Now Professor, $2,200 in his stack, and Garrett reloading here. Three barrels of red went into his corner over there. And 100 in green.
I thought you guys literally could be doing this with like just the 5. Yeah, we can be fucking around. Like, I feel like A7 is supposed to like call one time and see what happens.
But we got action. We got action here at Red Star Social tonight. I mean, look at this. Professor can't even stack his chips without putting them in the middle. It's incredible.
Suffering from success down there, dude. Oh, my steak's too juicy. My lobster was too large.
If you want to give up some of the chips, you're welcome to.
Get a little poll for the chat when you see Daniel over there in the 1 seat in that black hoodie. Well, let me commentate this hand first, and then we'll go out on that limb. Garrett here, ace 10 of clubs. Andrew getting out of the way, as did Professor. Might have to walk back in there and help Professor stack these chips. There's so many of them. Keller now. Action on him. Ace 4 offsuit. What would you do? Looks like Keller might have some bad intentions. He should be considering a fold right now. But I don't think he's considering that basically at all. Yeah, no, he was not thinking about that at all. He's putting Garrett all in. Keller, the worst of it. Garrett not folding the 280 behind, surely. No, there it is. Snap call. Ace 4, way behind the ace 10 of Garrett, but we've seen crazier things happen in the past. 10 right in the window, 4 behind it. 1 club on the board. Keller going to need another 4, and it looks like he's down to just 1 out, the 4 of hearts. Looking for 1 out twice. 4 of hearts on the turn or the river. $800 in the pot. 3 of clubs, definitely not what Keller needed. 8 of clubs, Garrett just got better and better. Didn't matter, but sometimes it feels cool to hit the flush, you know? Looking at the chat now, said, boy ain't right. That boy ain't right. I mean, when it works for him, it works for him, and he looks genius.
We can change it. Professor gives you just the mat. I give him some mat. And then, I think it works out. It's a good plan.
But I'll throw it out here right now. We got 36 of y'all in the chat watching. Thank you guys for tuning in to the live stream tonight. We're out here every Wednesday night, 7 p.m. Central Time. Coming at you live on location from Red Star Social in Austin, Texas. But I want to know in the comments, in the chat, let me know where you guys are watching from. We have fans all over the world. We might even be the first live stream to go interplanetary. There's rumors that we have fans on other planets as well. And I just got a very important text from Mama Mixon that they're watching live from Louisville, Texas. So shout out to the one and only. Tunes in week after week to support her oldest son. Couldn't be more thankful to that woman. And you know what? I'll even say it on air. I love you, Mom. You're the best. Travis watching from Keller's bedroom. I mean, I'm not sure whether or not to take that dirty or not. Hopefully it's just because your TV broke. I mean, I'm a little worried, though. Do I need to give Keller directions on how to approach the situation if he leaves here tonight? I mean, David watching from Southeast Austin and saying, watch out for the lizard people. I didn't know there were a bunch of lizard people over there.
I know. Well, the problem was all I could see in my mind was when he 3-bet me with king queen like yesterday.
Got Michael Simmons tuning in from Lynchburg, Virginia. Very nice. You could perhaps be the first viewer who's chimed in from Virginia. You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb and say you are the very first viewer that's chimed in from Virginia.
What's your favorite school of economics? Do you like the modern monetary theory kind of?
You know what's really fucked up? Why the hell does Han Solo have a force field? It's not a force. It's a modern monetary theory investment in poker. Han Solo was just talking to himself.
I thought it was really dumb too, and
Poker
then
the new
I
stock
heard
market?
this like professor actually kind of
another
like
black hole?
describe it
Shit.
different. I was like, I still don't think this is quite right, but it is more sensical than I originally thought.
Force sensible.
Kind of like described it as trying to use like receipts, basically owed the imaginary world.
Can you just lock into so can you hear the players noise? You can't hear the players.
Doesn't basically all of them though, because the fundamental problem is like
Keller looks
the people basically performing the currency are always incentivized to inflate it no matter what.
Killian is a really good dude. He's really good. Wanted him like more, but
Garrett's still with the best hand right now. Ace, Queen of Hearts. Gonna put out a bet of $70 into 164. Basically half pot here into Daniel and Iowa Matt.
so that you get to just sit here and have to watch this in a minute, and it's good for you. Because I don't understand.
Daniel making the call and Iowa Matt making the quick call as well with his draw to the gut shot straight. Looking for a 6 is Iowa Matt. Daniel looking for just a jack. And Iowa Matt hits immediately on the turn. Here we go. Unfortunately for Matt, not much else working for the other players. Daniel, however, taking his time here. Daniel does check. Matt checks behind Garrett, who gave up and checked behind a few hands ago. Perhaps not wanting to check behind this time. No, he's too smart for that. I mean, 9 of clubs, not the best river for Matt here. An ace would have been great. He is going to check it over to Garrett. And Garrett, does he want to try and take this one down with a bluff? Just decides to check. Iowa Matt getting rid of his knit button. $375 going his way. David in the chat popping a big question here. Where's Iowa Matt from? I'm going to go out on a limb and say Iowa. Could be wrong. That'd be a pretty crazy flex, though, if he was from, Wisconsin. And he went by Iowa Matt. I mean, whew. Still have 5 knit buttons, it looks like, out on the table. Keller wants to keep hiding his. Travis chiming in. Probably Nebraska, yeah. I mean, as valid a guess as any other of the 49 states. Vito getting in there. Jack 10 offsuit, small blind. Bumps it up to 20 bucks. Excuse me, calls 20 bucks. I didn't realize Keller had restraddled to $20. Keller with 9-6 of hearts. Looks like he wants to play for more. He's going to make it 80 bucks to go. Vito, Jack 10 offsuit, got to play it out of position. 1,300 in his stack. Daniel right behind him to his left with 2,300 covering him. Jack 10 offsuit really shrivels up here. Does lay it down, and Daniel with just ace high. Bad ace high at that. Lays it down. Keller going to get it through with the 6-9 of hearts. Big lick, as they say.
Your wish has been granted, Keller. Your wish has been granted.
Oh my gosh, not the bonus, bro.
They're on the machine.
Yeah, watching Mason play that last night after he busted our game was like, oh my god. Good though.
It was all in.
I shouldn't say that so loud on
He hit
stream.
the bonus like 4 times right over.
I believe. Oh shit, well then that's really good.
I'm not sure you're catching up. Okay. He hit the bonus, man. That's all he's done. How much did he
Keller really stepping in it right now. Deciding to squeeze ace 7 of hearts. Skywalker put on the 3-bet over there in the 9 seat with pocket kings. And Iowa Matt with a pretty big decision here. Iowa Matt 1,300 behind. Skywalker does cover 2,200 in his stack. Ace Queen of Clubs, a very good hand typically in this position. Until you potentially run into pocket kings, ace king, or aces. And this happens to be one of those times where he's going to run into pocket kings. Skywalker, the world is in your hands now. Deciding to play it slow. I mean, if an ace comes on this flop, it is just going to be a funeral for Skywalker. Huge favorite right now.
Unless it was like the sickest slow rolling hands ever.
In an ace right in the window. My goodness. Skywalker perhaps losing the minimum at this point. Does decide to check. Iowa Matt $500. Those black chips, each worth $100. They're just little poker chips, little plastic, clay, whatever they are. Little round discs, betting discs. Each worth $100. A Benjamin Franklin in your wallet. He put 5 of them out there. He's willing to bet his ace is good. And Skywalker able to lay it down now. Keller in need of a 7 or a 3. Or the other ace. Or a king. But we did just see 2 kings get folded. So not really sure how he's going to get there. It's not going to be the 6 of spades. I know that much. And it's not going to be the 4 of spades either. Iowa Matt taking down a $744 pot. Guy drives down from Iowa. Wants to come play the stream. He buys in. I don't know that he's even lost a hand that he's played so far. And look at this mountain of chips that this guy is building. What a night for the Iowan. I think that might be the first time I've ever even said that word.
You don't want it getting out of hand, Professor. 200 or 50. You don't want to drive the views too. But you can't even take part in it? Did that guy actually Venmo last night?
Very nice of RH4239 to tune in tonight. Shouts out to him.
He called up here and was like, hey, I know I owe someone money and I can do like an electronic thing. But
And my apologies, Henry Zhang. Just getting back into the YouTube comments. Best way to get a seat is to message me on Instagram at MixinPoker. Go give me a friend request. Send me a message as quickly as possible so I can recall who you are and get you on there. If you don't have the Instagram, you can also call up to Red Star. There's an email as well. And you can go that route. So I hope that helps. And here we go. Keller desperately trying to get rid of his knit button. Andrew in there. Ace, queen of spades. Absolutely dominating these other 2 ace jacks. And does Vito want to make the call here? Oh, yeah, my bad, RH. I had no idea who you were. Just kidding. I knew exactly who you were, and I wanted to call you that. Keller needs some help. Looking for a jack or some Broadway cards to make a straight or 10-9-8, something. There's an 8 in the window. A couple hearts working his way. Needs a heart on the turn. Doesn't come. It actually kills him instead. Andrew going to take this one down. $1,100 going Andrew's way. And the jack of hearts on the river, just big dagger. It's funny how the poker gods work. They really want you to play and be V-pipping 48% like Keller. However, you might just get it in ace-jack versus ace-queen, and instead of having the jack of hearts come on the turn to give you a bunch of equity, the turn might just come a queen and kill you, and then you'll see the jack of hearts on the river to give you false hope. Current chip counts right now. We got 3 players over 2K. Iowa Matt, 1,800. Andrew, 1,600. And Vito, 1,200 in his stack. This is a 1K cap buy-in, and we started about an hour and 20 minutes ago. Andrew Dunbar, let me go look through my messages. Sometimes they go into like a spam folder. It's weird how that works, but we are working on a better system for that in the future. But I will get you on. Where are you from, Andrew?
I'm very confident that this is a word that Garrett has never heard.
What? I've heard a lot of words.
Not this one.
Most of them.
Still knit buttons out there as well. Fido making the call.
I don't know what it is, but you've never heard.
I mean, I think this is like a new trend with the kids. Whatever that. What is that? 6, 7?
Garrett's just like in the middle of a hand, just stone faced.
Maybe Reckless knows.
Thinking about like,
I bet Reckless even knows the dance. Or whatever it is. Andrew Dunbar from New York. Word. Queen 10-10 flop. Gabe flops a flush draw. Garrett flops an open-ended straight draw. Fido flops 7 high. We're in Austin, Texas at Red Star Social. Another great stream in this huge state. Lots of poker action down here. It checked to Fido, who put out a $65 bet with the 6-7. Gabe just ripping it. 5 high flush draw. That's good enough for him. I'm having flashbacks right now of the last time that Gabe played the stream, and his name was That's So Gabe. I made a comment that maybe he was trying to rip off Raven Simone in her Disney show. You know, That's So Raven. And I feel like I had one of her like visions just now, but it was a flashback of me talking about it. So it wasn't really seeing into the future. So it's kind of the opposite and not really relevant at all, but maybe he ripped her off. I'm not sure. He does take that pot down, though, ripping that one off. Do want to give a big shout out, though, to all my friends and mostly family, not by blood, but by social circle / profession. All of my friends out there in Vegas this week playing some bigger events. I hope that they're going to all crush it. Bunch of them listening right now, and they know who they are. But if they don't know, they won't know. Got Marco tuning into the chat. Nice. Insanity disguised as deja vu. I like it. Somehow that makes sense. We got to get you on the stream over here. We're filling the list for next week currently. About 3/4 of the way full probably at the moment. However, we want a lot of new faces over here on the Red Star stream. Keller getting it in with ace-8 here against Garrett's pocket tens. Keller going to be looking for some help again. Needs an ace here. No help yet. All aces are live. Can he do it? He cannot. Garrett takes it down. 1,400 going his way. Stacking our friend Keller in the 2 seed. Yeah, gamble. It is. I've been to Cali and played a couple of times. Just at the casinos, obviously. Texas is a way different vibe as far as that goes, for sure. Much more personal. You don't have the casino aspect, obviously.
I didn't know until I visited there in July of this year, and then I didn't really know. Only 20% of people who go.
And there it is. Looking Lateralus's cup holder. He's got one of those high brews. I mean, this guy, I think that guy drinks more coffee, more nitro cold brew high brews than maybe the rest of the world population combined. I think if we clip him from the last 3 months of the stream, he's had more of those to drink than all of Austin. It's actually pretty incredible. I didn't think it was possible, but Professor putting in the 3-bet now. Ace Queen of Hearts. And Daniel sitting on 2,200. Gonna make the call. Jack 3 offsuit. Quite speculative. 9-9-8. 2 hearts. Professor not gonna be going anywhere. Does decide that he wants to continue his betting here. He's going to bet 200, I believe. Yes. Daniel making that call preflop, not going to go away, I imagine. Counting out chips, makes the call. Just jack high. Almost $1,000 in the middle right now. Both players 1,700 behind, and it's a pretty spicy turn card now. 10 of spades. Daniel picking up the equity that he needs. Professor wanting to avoid Daniel getting there on the river. Big bet incoming. Professor, $600 into almost 1,000. I mean, Daniel made it this far. It'd be egregious to fold now. We just have to make the call and hope that we hit. Professor going to be devastated when a queen comes on the river. No, Daniel does not make the call. Oh. Professor very happy to see that play out like that with just ace high. Because he has to make the call. not loving it on 10-9-9-8.
flush draw. I'm like, fuck, he literally has a draw that's ahead
What
of
was
me.
the front door flush? Hearts?
Like, I'm open-ended, but if I have a pair, I'm not folding.
We still have 2 knit buttons remaining in this game. And I swear every time I look over between the 8 and the 9 seat, those chip stacks are moving. They're just inching slowly into each other, becoming one. I don't like my chip stack personally to be that close to another player's chip stack. In fact, if I was in the 9 seat, I would consider telling the 8 seat, hey, you think you could move your chips, a little bit to the right, perhaps? Because there's a whole table full of room. But perhaps the 9 seat has his chips out far to the right, which he does a bit. He wants to keep it out of the dealer's way, which we can respect. So can't really blame Skywalker there. Fido, I don't know, maybe just they have like less than a half a chip between the two of them, I feel like. Daniel flopping top 2. Skywalker with a pair and backdoor flush draw. He goes check. Club on the turn would be spicy. How about an 8 of diamonds instead? The most unspicy turn of all time. It's going to go check from Skywalker. Daniel needs to start putting some chips in this pot. Like to see something like 325. Just over half pot probably with a hand like his. He just decides to check back. Giving him some rope. Skywalker, that is. Not going to pounce. Skywalker checks. Daniel now going to choose something like that 325 size, I imagine. He's going huge. He's going over bet. He's going to go like 7 or 605, I think. Over bet, though. Skywalker wants to make sense of it, but going to lay this down, I assume, pretty quickly. Yeah, 625 was the bet, and Skywalker correctly lays it down. Nice hand from Daniel. I mean, that hand just played out so perfectly for him. He just has flops top, or top 2, I should say, and has no sweat on the turn, basically. In a 3-bet pot, that is. But that is the end of the Nick game. $120 in the middle for the splash pot. $20 going to the dealer as well. So Skywalker paying that one. But $120 extra in the middle right now for any player to win should they take this pot down. A little extra incentive for these guys to fight for. We'll see Keller rip right here in a second, I imagine. Or we can take odds like a casino. Oh, he folds! Holy smokes! There it is, guys. I'm only kidding. Love Keller. Great kid. Gonna do some big things. Great poker player as well. Been playing on the stream here basically since its inception. And here we go. Fido.
If it were a young poker nerd,
The splash pot in effect, waking up with ace king offsuit. He's got the fresh cut. Nice shades on. Even wearing a vest this week since the weather got a little cool. Bringing that out for the viewers out there, all you Fido fans. 525 is the all-in. And that's going to do it. So Fido going to make $139 ripping in the ace king O. Doesn't even have to see a card. Not sure what Professor's taking out of his wallet over here. I was hoping it would be his driver's license. What are these? Coupons? Passing them around the table like they're candy.
Yeah,
38 of y'all tuning in to us at Red Star Social tonight. Just your average Wednesday night poker game. 1-3, $10 no limit hold'em. $200 minimum buy-in, $1,000 cap buy-in. So all these stacks that you're seeing, like Iowa Matt with 1,800 in front of him. Skywalker with 1,500 in front of him. Couple, I think there's 3 stacks still with $2,000 in them at the moment. All of them were built from as little as $200 and as much as $1,000. Jack 9-6 flop. Skywalker and Keller both flopping a pair with the best kicker ever invented. Dan Bailey. Just kidding, it's an ace. We got a couple jokesters in the chat tonight saying that Professor was giving out some free tutoring. Those cards were his business cards. Couple lessons here and there. Perhaps that's how he gets by. Skywalker with a pretty cool outfit he's got on the stream tonight. I'm liking this jacket, shirt, hat combo he's got going. Not sure if that's his stuff or what. But if that's his merch, I'm going to have to give me one of those hats. He's going to have to bring me one of those. Garrett, ace 10 of clubs. Bumps it up $35. Daniel not going to be folding to Garrett, I promise you that much. Here we go, heads up. Like to see Daniel just lead this flop, basically, no matter what it is, and especially when it's something like this. Decides to check it. Here we go. 9 of hearts on the turn. Daniel now, a very good card for him to bet. Does not take it. Garrett, a very good card for him to check back. And does. 3 of hearts. Garrett's still best. Daniel, I feel, has missed his opportunity in this hand to put any pressure on, and he kind of recognizes that, just checks it, and Garrett going to check behind pretty quickly and take it down with the ace high. Going to be good, $74 going to the 5 seat. But I mean, look at these stacks around the table when you're looking around the table. In a 1-3 hold'em game, you don't really see stacks this big anywhere except Texas. You can't go to Vegas and play a 1-3 game and find somebody with a stack of $2,500, much less 3 players at the table, 4 players at the table with 2K in front of them. No, not a chance. Absolutely not. John David coming in hot in the chat, saying that boy Killian in the box, that is indeed Killian.
We played 10-25. We played half PLO, half.
41 of y'all with us at the moment. If you haven't yet, please do us a favor and go like the stream, subscribe to the channel. Every little bit counts and helps us to continue giving you great poker content like we are tonight. I mean, there is just some phenomenal play going on tonight. I mean, like, look at this hand. We're going 6 ways to a flop. It's incredible. Ace, king, queen. Iowa Matt with the best hand by a mile with queen 10. Offsuit. Somehow he recognizes it when check 2, puts out a bet of $90 and takes it down because you guys saw all the other hands that were folded. ODBGB RWC. That's not clocking for me. Where's RWC? If it's somewhere I've been and played, I'll feel stupid, but that's okay.
Strat Talk Power Hour. That's like what it is.
Nerd chat?
Nerd chat, yeah.
You want to lose
Solver,
to the
Solverville. High brew.
I don't know,
High brew
something like
game.
that. Honestly, that's not a bad thing.
Valleytown Vagrants?
High brew.
The hybrid game?
High brew is kind of decent.
The what?
The high brew.
Hybrid?
High brew.
The hybrid game? Oh, okay. I get behind, especially if we get sponsored. We have to, yeah, we're gonna.
By me.
Yeah. So great.
That means you're the guy on TK Maxx. This weekend?
Money, boys.
I'm sorry?
Son of a bitch.
Oh, 7 digits? There's my 10, dude. Take a lot better.
The guy you brought on beef jerky, like that was.
Oh, wait,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The guy that doesn't have a mobile
Yeah,
phone.
do it.
Yeah, okay.
Nick James.
Apparently that was a bluff.
Can we do wait one hand and I'll go smoke real quick?
That was a different guy though. Different guy.
Do you wanna come?
It was?
Yeah, the guy was. I was sitting in seat 7 or 8, and the guy was sitting direct left.
Okay.
It was the next time. I think
Are
it
we
was
doing it or
first
not?
street too. Next time I was
Next
sitting in that
time.
seat, he was sitting right there.
Very next hand.
Okay, yeah. I thought you were talking about the very next phone guy.
Coming up on 9 p.m. Central Time here in Austin, Texas at Red Star Social.
I'm just saying, coffee is not the only thing that's hot.
That's why it's like a double entendre.
Hand 41 for the night, streaming less than 2 hours. Getting in 20-ish plus hands an hour is pretty great on a stream, a live stream, especially when we see this many all-ins in a game like this. Lots of work for the dealers. Oh, nice. ODBGB says they're from Resorts World in Catskills, New York. And a lot of them watch up there. And shout out to his boy Tommy. All right. Very nice. Appreciate you tuning in and sharing the stream around up there. David saying the table mic is dead. Yeah, not a lot of table talk to begin with. May not be the most talkative bunch, but that's why you got me.
When is your replacement coming, bro? Please.
And is she better looking than you?
All right, I'm gonna give a courtesy 10 here. There we go. They're back.
We're not at that. I didn't think so, but I was going slow for you anyway.
No, not yet. We didn't do it yet.
Did you guys get you snuggle in?
Professor building a mountain of chips per usual. Andrew making it $30 with ace queen offsuit. Skywalker gonna 3-bet the ace 10 offsuit. Daniel gonna just make the call with the ace queen suited. I imagine this goes back to Andrew unless we see Garrett or Professor. Well, Professor's already out, so it goes back to Andrew. Makes the call pretty quickly, so 3 ways. Ace, queen, ace 10. Queen right in the window. Both Andrew and Daniel think that they have the very best hand. And they do at the moment. They just tie with each other, which is pretty unfortunate. David, we have had some problems in some more recent streams as well, just with those table mics flaring up at us. So perhaps the boys in the production booth have tuned them down quite a bit. So I apologize for that at the moment. However, in the not so distant future, we will be making some upgrades that will help with that. Have some players mic'd up, get all that stuff going for you. Make it more enjoyable for you as a viewer and just give you a better product all around. Andrew not going to be checking this turn, I imagine. 700 in the middle, 1,200 back. Kind of an odd stack size. I wouldn't be surprised to see him rip. He does rip. Daniel now wondering, did 7-8 really get there? Does he have a set? Does he have 2 pair? I mean, I have ace queen of diamonds. What diamond draw can he even have? And I just don't see any world in which Daniel doesn't make the call. There it is. And Daniel getting a little bit of free roll action on Andrew here. The diamond going to give Daniel the nuts in this situation. And they're going to run it twice. 6 of hearts on the river on the first run out. No help for Daniel. They'll chop up at least half the pot. And a diamond on the river for Daniel. Andrew going to be getting 3/4 here in this pot. He takes half of the first half. And then Daniel takes all of the second half, awarding him 3/4 of the pot. And if you guys don't know fractions, that might have been a little bit tough. So let me slow it down before we look at this. Cumulative winnings right now. Daniel up 1,600 after that one. Professor up 1,100. Garrett up a whole 600. And Skywalker up a nice, cool 500. Keller down the most, 2K right now. Coming out of the piggy bank, Andrew down 1,100. Gabe down a measly 400. That's not so much when you're that's so Gabe, you know. Fido 321. Iowa Matt drove. I don't know how many miles that is. I'm gonna have to search this in a second, but a lot of miles to be down $37 right now. We want to see some big numbers, Iowa Matt. Either win 3,700 or lose 3,700. We don't not this just being down $37 right now. We won't have none of that. Knit buttons are flying out. It's a new knit game.
I'm gonna give you.
Mine wasn't suited.
I'm gonna give you 7 deuce, Killian. 7 deuce, 7 deuce. Natural 9.
I was just having some real traumatic flashbacks to the last Nick game.
Can't go.
It's time to get out, boys.
We gotta get out now, because if it gets down to 3-4-handed, I might start calling all in ace 8.
I might start calling on it with the 7 deuce.
That has happened.
Seen a couple people do it.
There was
Did you
no.
do that?
There was 160 in the middle from the Nick game.
And then you called the 7 deuce.
And then I called. Yeah, I called.
Yesterday. I think I remember that.
It happened yesterday.
And you tried. Oh, I swear. Oh, he does. I'm sitting right next to you.
I sat and looked down and I was like, if I put any money in the pot, I'm putting the rest of the money in the pot, or I can fold now. And I was like, raise to 100.
Yeah, excuse me for missing that first hand of the knit game right there. But we've got one brewing right now. It does go 6 ways for $10. Daniel just made the call with pocket kings. Comes queen 10-3. Garrett with 5s. Fido with a 10. Daniel still with pocket kings, the best hand. Has absolutely under-repped his hand strength thus far. Daniel just making the call, and Fido in some bad shape right now. Needs one of 2 remaining 10s to beat out Daniel in this pot. It was the one who led on this flop. Decides to check the turn. Decides against putting another bet out. Can't really blame him with second pair. However, Daniel gonna take no prisoners. Pot size bet out there, 225. Fido only 680 behind this pot, quickly ballooning to the size of his stack at this point. 445 in the middle with Daniel's bet. Fido decides to lay it down, does not want to fight anymore for his knit button. Very smart decision for him in that instance. But we love to see these guys. Keller over there in the 2 seat, drinking on a Coors Light. Nice cold Coors Light. The mountains were blue. Keller's emotions may be heading that way as well if he doesn't start winning some hands. The man's been losing all night, unfortunately. But we're playing some 1-3, no limit hold'em with a $10 mandatory straddle. So 1-3-10 down here in Austin, Texas at Red Star Social, one of the premier poker clubs in the Metroplex. Skywalker. Gonna limp in $10 with my favorite hand, 7-8 of diamonds. Gabe has a knit button and a plan. 10 deuce offsuit. He says, that's me. So here we go. I don't think Skywalker will be folding for the $50 price. See what kind of flop we get. Five, 5-3, 1 diamond. 10 deuce still equates to just 10 high in the hand ranking scale. Goes check, check. Queen of hearts. Nothing for anybody. The first person who blinks at this pot might take it down. Skywalker making the check. Gabe not going to be checking back here, I don't imagine. After being checked twice. Time to put some money in. He is going to do just that. Going to make it $55. That should be good enough to work. Unless Skywalker really taking his time here. Hasn't taken time very often in very many spots. I mean, a raise right here would be absolutely sick and would definitely work. And here it comes. Oh, my God. Absolutely insane. Skywalker can read right through Gabe right now. Gabe hates it. He's like, dang it. Got just 10 high. $250 is the new asking price. And that's going to get it done. Skywalker sees the nit button in front of Gabe. Gabe, actually with the best hand, however, can never make a call with that particular holding on that board. But Skywalker relinquishes his nit button and takes that pot down. Very, very sick raise, though, from our man Skywalker in the 9 seat. Really love to see that. He is playing quite above the rim right now. Had a good session last week for his first time on the stream, his debut session, and then tonight, doesn't look like anybody is stopping him. Professor 9-5 suited, 9-5 of clubs. Great year, 95. Could also say 59 was a great year. I wasn't alive then, but could have been great for all I know. Professor makes the call. Skywalker going to make the call with pocket fours. Daniel has a very, very, very pretty hand to put a squeeze in here. The 65 price, let's make it like 450 here. Yeah, he goes 375. Very nice. Iowa Matt does not look like he wants to back down. Counts out raising chips with 10-9 offsuit. Daniel licking his chops right now. Ace-queen offsuit. Iowa Matt with the 4-bet here. Not putting in really many 4-bets at all. Recognizing that Daniel can have a lot of squeezes that are not nearly as strong as ace-queen in that exact spot, the way that Daniel plays. But Matt really just running into it in this spot. Gonna need a 10 or a 9 to improve his hand. Or some straight cards. We could always go that way. Ace, king, 6. 10-9, not feeling so hot now. Daniel going to check it over to the 4-better, I imagine. And Matt rips it. Here we go. Biggest pot of the night. 4,100 in the middle. And Iowa Matt needing some help. Needs runner. 10-10, 9-9, 10-9, queen, jack, 7-8. He's got options for the runner possibilities, but he needs a lot of help. Daniel in great shape here. One time, they say. There it is, the jack. Iowa Matt needs a queen on this river. 2 outs. And it comes! Oh, my God! Iowa Matt gets there. Holy smokes. $4,100 pot. Going Iowa Matt's way. Oh, my God. Was that worth the drive from Iowa? I'm speechless. I can't even talk right now. That one is... That's one of the grosser runouts that I've ever seen. Just tosses Killian a nice little green bird there. Thanks for the help, buddy. Thanks for bailing me out. You know, I got caught with my pants down. Turns out they're all the way back up, and somebody buckled them for me with the belt and everything. So here's a green bird for you. My, oh my. I mean, I reckon that $4,100 might even pay at least for the gas money to get here and get back to Iowa. Maybe even a room at a Motel 6 or a Howard Johnson.
If you don't mind scanning your card whenever you scan.
Yeah, Luckbox, scan your card.
It's always a good problem when the chips are in the way of the reader.
Yeah, 4 call. I was just gonna call in a minute. 5 call. 6 call. 7 call. 8 call. 9 call.
I don't even know if I can focus on this hand or try and comprehend it at this point. I'm still thinking about that last one. I mean, look at that stack, that tower of blacks over there on top of Iowa Matt's stack. He's opening this hand with 7-6 of clubs. Not going to get much help on this flop. But still. Vito with the lone ace right now. 9 kicker.
I mean, I should just sit here quiet because I'm kind of embarrassed.
I'm going to take a stab at it and see if he's good. He is. Professor does have outs. However, one of his tens was folded.
There's only one thing that could have made it better.
I mean, the fact that something's fun doesn't mean it's not shameful. Some of the most fun things are shameful.
Look, we all knew.
Vito does take that pot down and get rid of his nit button. So we see Professor and Andrew in the 6 and 7 seats still with yellow nit buttons remaining. A nice shot of those beautiful Red Star chips, blue chips worth $1, red chips worth $5, the green chips worth $25. Those black chips you see worth $100. And we have seen a lavender or two floating around tonight. Each of those worth $500.
I got run over by the boulder. It's like Tom and Jerry cartoon.
8 people. 9 call.
Let's go. Is it $45, Ken?
$45.
I'm actually so due to win a hand against you.
1 fold, 2 call.
Oh my god. Yeah, when is Tanya getting here, bro? Holy shit. That could be problematic for me, bro.
9 check. Check.
Killian, I think, I'm sorry, bro. I'm very sorry about the side jokes. It was funny the first time, and I kept it going too long, and I think that's why you're doing this to me.
We do have some valid hands here. Garrett, the flush draw, 8-6 of spades. Looking for the 5 of spades for a straight flush. Skywalker, pair of 7s with a 9 kicker. And Keller with a pair of 10s and a 9 kicker. Best hand at the moment, Garrett. Performing quite well, however. against them. There we see one of those beautiful lavender chips, I believe, in Keller's. Oh, no. Pardon me. It's just a red chip that the light was hitting at an awkward angle, you know. Garrett ripping it. Yeah, there he goes. There he goes. Skywalker going to get out of the way, and we're going to see a
You're a nut cholesterol enthusiast?
$2,000 pot, I believe. $1,500 pot right here. Keller,
Give me the max pain, bro. Give me the max pain.
a commanding lead on this pot right now. But Garrett with the straight and the flush outs. Missing a few of them. You see those 9s and 5s in the middle. Hits it immediately on the turn. Keller, though, still could hit another spade. Does not come. Garrett winning a nice one. Getting rid of his nit button. Keller not feeling so great tonight. Getting demolished. Happens sometimes in poker. Here we see the cumulative winnings. Iowa Matt up a heaping $2,100. Do see going back in the chat right now, Ryan Shaw tuning in, hanging out with us. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. Hope you're doing all right around these parts. Keller coming in for another $500 right now. One thing about Keller, that dog got fight in him. I'll tell you what. He ain't going to quit, and I got to respect that. Gabe, a nit button in front of him. King 8 of diamonds seems good enough. $35. Professor been mighty quiet this nit game. Nothing to work with, but still mighty quiet for the professor. You'd think he'd be cooking up a lecture of some sort or something. I don't know. Daniel making the call with the pocket threes. Skywalker in there with the 6 deuce of hearts. So this could be spicy. 9, 7, 6. 6 is best right now. Gabe does have the open ender. 2 spades out there, however. Gabe working with the short stack, though. Only $335 behind or so. Pretty nice stack size for him to navigate a pot such as this. Especially having that nit button in tow. Gonna bet $55 here. Skywalker. Not afraid. Making the call. His 6 good right now. Daniel will be getting out of the way. And we'll see those equities shift 50-50 now going to the turn. The 8 of clubs, a very bad card for Skywalker now. Gabe turning his pair, but can't love it on the 6, 7, 8, 9. But Gabe rips it. I mean, this is just going to work flawlessly. Very fortunate Gabe not running into a better hand here. And so often when we get called on that flop, we're going to run into a much better hand than we actually have. But the nit button going to make us do some crazy things. Nobody wants to be the nit. Nobody wants to pay that nit tax. You just don't want to be that last guy remaining.
what got me into the game of denying it from turtles?
No, I think
Bruno, he like
not
limits
one has
orders.
two, right?
No,
No, he doesn't have it.
no one else has a nip button.
No, it's just
No,
L2.
that's it. I thought you one had one. Stein always has a net button.
Somehow. In this game, I did.
Tonight, at the end, always. I mean, I don't know.
That's the best time I've looked at it.
It's got to be like user error.
6 raise, 30.
Their VP, his VP.
Yeah.
7 fold.
It's not about who loses the Nick game. It's about who wins the fucking squat. They're the same person then. Did we even play
9 raise.
It's when we went on 5.
Yeah, but listen, the Nick game sucks.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, this Christ.
It's your Daniel.
Take a
It,
DP.
it hurts you as like a person. It causes you to lose a $4,000 pot later on.
Here we go. Daniel 7 deuce. Haven't seen it. 7 deuce game is on. There will be a bounty from every player at the table should 7 deuce win.
I've won some pots against you. I ain't complaining.
Professor Ace 8 of diamonds makes the call for $110 total.
Yes, okay. Now I feel way less bad.
Yeah, don't. Yeah.
3 ways. Skywalker with the best of it. Ace King of clubs.
He went from getting,
I went from quarter.
Daniel going to be looking for some ducks.
I think it was like 6 or 7 bucks.
Can you say a 7? That'll work too. Professor with an 8. Better pair. However, when we hit a 7 with 7 deuce and we're playing 622 back, I think we're getting this one in.
Pot. Oh, I thought I would have potted for
It wasn't. I don't think there were that many people in there before us.
No, I don't think I potted it. That's right.
He is going to bet
Oh, no, no.
150, I believe. Yeah, Daniel betting 150. Professor, a legit decision now. Still has his knit button as well. But has to worry about Skywalker behind him. Ace 8 is a mighty strong hand, but 2 hearts out there on 987. Ace 8 perhaps not performing so well. Professor thinking better of it. Skywalker now sees a bet and a call before him. Is not going to be deterred. Makes the call anyways. Almost 800 in the middle and a 6 on the turn. Disaster card for Professor and Skywalker. Daniel, perfect stack to just rip this. And Professor and Skywalker will just have to fold. And Daniel going to take a bit of extra bounty money home with the 7 deuce. There it is. Turning it over proudly. Take that $10 from everybody at the table. That's $80 extra. Don't forget to tip your dealers, folks. Professor, knit button in front of him. Andrew, a knit button in front of him.
Let me win some, Professor. Calm down.
I'm just mad I didn't follow my instincts on that one. Check jam, the flop. 1,000% would have worked.
Raise, 125.
I don't know about that.
I want you in there. I'll have you dead.
Oh.
4 fold,
Then it would work in that way, yes.
5 fold.
How much you play?
Iowa Matt versus Professor here. Jacks versus 7-5. 7-5 such an inviting hand sometimes. Iowa Matt going to continue the sun run. 8-8-3. Gonna bet $75. Professor, though, said, hey, you know what? You did drive all the way from Iowa. Let me give you some gas money personally. Here you go. Matt checking it. Professor checks back. 6 on the river. Iowa Matt bets 200. Professor snap fold. So nicely done by the Iowan. Got 42 of you tuning in live right now, watching the Red Star Social stream from Austin, Texas. Thank you guys for tuning in on a Wednesday night. If you have not yet, please go subscribe to our channel. We're here every Wednesday night right now at 7 o'clock Central Time. And in the new year, we will be moving to some more days. I can't speak as to what actual date that may be or what day it may be of the week, but just be on the lookout. We'll be doing more. But thank you guys. And also, if you haven't yet and you're tuning in and listening or watching, go ahead and back out of the chat. Just hit the little X button. Go hit the thumbs up button. Give us a like on the stream. And then all you got to do is click back on live chat and you'll be right back where you started. Helps us out immensely. Giving us the like on the stream helps us with the YouTube algorithms. I know that's a big word for a lot of you guys, algorithm, but nevertheless, we need all the help we can get. Andrew finally with a playable hand in this nit game. Ace Jack and flopping top pair. Going to be good. A Professor, however, I believe the only remaining nit. So some incentive to call. This will be the end of the nit game, if I'm not mistaken. Jack on the turn. Andrew jumping way out in the lead. Very comfortable with this turn. Needs to dodge a 4 of spades on the river after this bet and call. Andrew going to be getting it in right here, I believe. And he could go something small too, like 3, like 225, 3. Yeah, he goes 325, and that's fine as well, leaving himself 500 behind. Professor makes the fold. Professor, the big nit. Who invited this guy, this nit? Unreal. I mean, you know it's a great game when Professor's paying the nit tax. That's all I got to say. $160 in the splash pot. $20 goes to Killian in the box, dealing the cards. Doing a great job tonight. But 160 doll hairs of dead money in the middle. Who wants it? It is up for grabs. Fido, first to act here. King 9 off. He has to get through 8 other players. That's not going to stop him, though. Going to limp $10. As is Skywalker. Daniel making the fold. Land on the old 8-6 offsuit. Keller with the 9-7 offsuit. Iowa Matt, pocket 2s. If Iowa Matt can find a way to stay in this hand, I have a feeling that a 2 is coming. This man is running hot. And Garrett even has a 2. Garrett has a 2. Should it come 8-2? My God. What about 10-8-2? That'd be some action. Professor putting on the squeeze. The old Anaconda Squeeze. If you know that movie, I'll give you a hint. The Anaconda Squeeze is a wrestling move. But let me know if you know that movie that in the chat. If you're in the chat right now and you got that reference. Iowa Matt rips it. My God. This man is ruthless. And this is just going to take it down. There's no way Professor can even contend with putting his whole stack in there. With 10-8 offsuit, he's going to flip. He's going to flip with 10-8 off. How can he ever imagine that he's flipping here? I mean, how can Professor ever imagine that he's flipping here? He has to fold. This would be the most insane, psychotic call ever if Professor were to make this call. I mean, it just makes 0 sense. He can't. He lays it down. Iowa Matt gonna show the twos, gets it done. Oh my God. Everybody at the table just wondering who the heck brought this guy. Where did he come in from? Newsflash, Iowa. Daniel V-pipping 50%. Andrew at the bottom V-pipping 27%. He's been pretty quiet, so been an action game. And with that, Killian is going to leave the box, and we will welcome Tanya. Tommy in the chat saying that Iowa, he's got guts and he's goated. Yeah, I would say he's starting to get to that level. I mean, Tiger Woods talked about him in an interview last week. Michael Jordan, heard of him in that interview. Gave him a phone call, I heard, personally. But pretty incredible. I mean, next thing you know, Phil Ivey might be calling him up as well. So definitely goated.
I'm not even signed up, and I'm giving these whole shit. Oh my God.
Just makes the dumbest play and just, I win.
I don't know. I don't know who won the dumbest. He won. He got Jet up there, so I don't know who won the dumbest play.
You should use my t-shirt.
He made the right move and pulled it.
You gotta get one of those.
The chips?
You missed it. I was whining like a little bit.
I know. I was hearing you from outside, and I didn't.
It was good. Well, I brought you back in.
Change colors. Well, I like that you're playing up.
Thank you.
Welcome to the table.
Clearly not.
A little tilted. A little tilted.
Might have to break into that box.
You guys, just basically invented it. He just made up a word for this, and it's just kind of like
So that's
basically
why
the
I
study of
do it.
Study of
study of
activity?
incentives. Study of incentives,
Is
basically.
it craxiology?
Yeah.
So if you have enough crack.
I could not remember that word to save my life.
Yeah, you can't.
Now,
Begins with a C or a P?
P. P.
So the study of activity.
Don't worry,
Oh,
Keller.
it's
We
a
fold.
second key.
Don't worry, we folded.
Oh, it's a second key.
That's pretty good. Same.
Good work.
Kind of feeling weird pulling a professor.
They
Getting
folded
a
some
gamble.
suited broadway
Oh
cards.
shit.
We came up with that into the hand you walked in on. I shouldn't have raised because I raised before I raised before I looked at his stuff. As soon as I did, I'm like, oh,
No, he should.
That's pretty easy.
I had a
Let's go
great hand
twice.
to call with.
You got aces, you know? Yeah. Quine? King Quine?
I mean, pretty much.
They run it from studies.
Okay.
The sweaty, little sweaty.
Sweat in McGetty.
Oh.
Instantly not a sweat anymore.
I'll take it.
Load it up.
I queen's that.
That's pretty much all my info.
Yeah, good luck
I
winning
don't
again.
know how to try to win now. Unless an ace comes out, you can just straight. Nine back? No. Cheeto, running bad. What's going on?
I don't know.
I thought you had aces. I
You
believe
did?
you.
Yeah, who?
Well, I didn't know you had aces. I just thought you. Yeah, I don't think Vito's so fucking around.
I usually do, you know. Yeah, like.
Yeah, I brought some.
That was nice keeping Vito last time.
All in draw.
No. I can't do that.
Oh, we get the hit game going or what?
I'm not a civilian.
We'll wait for time to get back.
I would probably get LC
With
for
all my
now.
info in the first
You're not a
place.
civilian?
I was so happy about that.
Yeah.
You gotta get them right now. All of them.
Otherwise, letter of represents. Let's see, letter of counsel. That's like
Maybe the
step
first one,
below.
you can be able to hit, but that's
Do you
it.
work at the business manager here?
Yeah, that black.
I've done some contract work down there before. Not anymore, but.
What do you do?
Works with robots.
Well, I work with robots now. At that time, I was working with 3D
He's a
printer
robot
stuff.
whisperer.
Very nice.
So the 3D printer by the F-16 simulator. You know that little bin that's over there? They have that.
Do the F-16 simulator.
Dude, I tried so many times. I kept asking them, and they would be like, "Oh, we'll set up," and then we'd make up some excuse of how I couldn't do it. And I was like,
Like
"You guys, are full of shit.
national
Just
security secrets or something like that.
Yeah, bullshit excuses
Yeah.
like security,
At the end, they were like, "We can't."
classified.
At the end, they were literally like, "We can't show a civilian what the screen is
That's
like."
what I'm
I'm just
saying.
like, dude,
You could sell
come
information
on.
to terrorists.
I was like, get out of here. You guys just. And then they were like, "It's broken," and I'm just like, "Come on,
Broken.
man.
It's broken, but we don't want to fix it.
Just let me do it."
Standard government.
right, chat. I am back. And Iowa Matt immediately 10-8 offsuit, flopping a couple tens. Puts out a $25 bet. Skywalker going to make the call. Daniel makes the fold with his 7. Keller with the open ender, looking for a 6 or a jack. King of clubs, no help to Skywalker or Keller. Iowa Matt taking down another nice pot. 180 goes his way. But we are back in for the long haul. I needed a short break. It's tough in here when I'm all by myself talking poker hands. I love talking poker hands. I love watching poker hands. And I just love poker in general. Love the game. But sitting over here in a closet by myself, it's a tough job.
I don't agree with that. I think there's a lot of
35 of y'all still in the chat, watching the game right now. It's a great Wednesday night at Red Star Social. We've really had a great week. We had a couple nice games going yesterday. Daniel choosing the King 6 of clubs as a 3-bet here. I really like this on the button. Unfortunately for Daniel, Keller waking up with Ace King in the small blind, and that's going to get in inevitably. Yes, it does. 821 going to be the number. But yeah, I took oh wait, hold on. Here we go. Gabe, pocket queens. That's going to get in. And we've got a big one. 1,800 already in the middle. Skywalker going to be laying it down. Daniel likely laying this one down as well. Does relinquish. Almost $2,000 pot here. One time. Ace King versus pocket queens. Jack 8-8. No help for Ace King yet. Keller needs an ace or a king. Queen kills him there. Keller. Just not the night for that man in the 2-seat. Couldn't ever get anything going. He does have $5 back. I expect that $5 to get in pretty quickly. But that's so Gabe. Big hand. Keller with $5 behind, still accepting a knit button here. I mean, if I were him, I would maybe say, I shouldn't accept a knit button with $5, but if he wants to keep playing, that's his prerogative. Who am I to judge? Those mountains are blue on that Kerr's light. I'll tell you what. Professor, $25 with ace-4 suited. Skywalker making the call, ace-queen offsuit. Skywalker started out pretty hot. Down to about $600 right now. Iowa Matt making the call with 9-8 of diamonds. We know how good Iowa Matt's running tonight. 6-6-5, 2 hearts, 1 diamond. There's the 9. It is a heart. Skywalker nut heart draw now. Going to make the call for 55. At a minimum. There it is. Deuce of spades on the river. Iowa Matt makes the check and gonna take this one down. $200 pot going his way. You know, if you won like $2,200 pots throughout the night, that'd be like $4,000 if you do the math. That's a lot. Appreciate each and every one of y'all that are still in here that have liked the video, liked the stream tonight. Got 19 likes already on it, and still 30 plus of y'all in the chat, hanging out, watching the stream. It's been a really great stream tonight, and it's been really great action here at Red Star Social. Not just today and tonight, yesterday. Great action, great games. This past weekend as well. Be on the lookout for some great games coming over here that you can come play. You can get on the list on Poker Atlas as well for all the games. Here we go. Professor going to get after it. 7 deuce game on in effect. This looks like the 7 deuce if I ever saw it. Skywalker gonna lay it down. Daniel doesn't like to fold though. Perhaps thinking of what he wants to lecture his students on tomorrow, does just make the call. And Professor in for a lesson of his own. Iowa Matt coming along. We got 5-4 suited, 7 deuce suited of the same spades, king 9 offsuit, and it comes 7-6-6. Oh my goodness gracious. Iowa Matt open-ended. Professor with a 7. Daniel with king high. Professor just rips it. Open rips it. 1,200. We got 2,000 in the middle. Daniel gonna lay it down, and Iowa Matt with a pretty big decision, but I think he's just gonna call here. He's gonna make the call. He's running too good. I mean, he's put it in with much less equity. Uh-oh. Trying to get a little read on him. It looked like he was in calling mode, and then it looked like he was in folding mode. And both times he was taking a little gander over at the Professor to his left in the 6 seat. Getting a little count on his stack, doing a little inventory here. I mean, he didn't drive all the way from Iowa to fold this, did he? He knows he's got, if Professor has a 6 or an overpair, he's got 4 8s and 4 3s, presumably. And, oh my God, Professor taking it down. Another 7 deuce bounty. Nicely done by the Professor. So class is still in session, folks. And I mean, these VPIPs, Daniel 50%, Skywalker 50%, Iowa Matt 42%, Keller, Gabe, Professor, Garrett, all in the 30s. Vito and Andrew, low to mid 20s. Going to have to pick those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers.
How could I fold anything that I hadn't beat?
Then you weren't going to.
You're a fold
I mean, I could have overpairs. It's possible.
Yeah, if you do.
But he's not folding 8.
He isn't.
I don't do all this analysis people do.
Oh, believe me, I know. Believe me. I talk poker with you. I know that.
We have got to comprehend that for sure, yes.
When you
Now I'm
talk so
trying
long, I'm like,
now
what
I'm
is-
trying to play good the rest of the night. I got my scolding.
So Skywalker made the call. Daniel bumps it up with King 8 of Hearts. Folding around to Professor now, who also makes the fold. Andrew, knit button in tow, lays it down. So Skywalker now 45 for him to call. Play this pot out of position versus Daniel, but pretty similar stacks. Skywalker 450, Daniel about 120, 30 more. 9, 6, 5, 2 clubs. King High still in the lead. Has an 8 in his hand as well. Not the worst flop when we are raising our King 8 in early position here. Gonna make it 75. Excuse me, just 70. Skywalker contemplating this very enticing price with the 2 overs here. However, we can see in the top right, he is struggling for outs at the moment. He has some backdoor outs with flushes and straights. And queens and tens as well, obviously. Queen comes on the turn, and it's about the best scenario for Skywalker here. It's the queen of clubs as well. Checks it to Daniel. Daniel likes to get spicy in these spots. Gonna make it something like 140. Skywalker now top pair, never folding. Only 376 behind. 140 is the bet. Gonna rip it. Yep. There it is. Daniel now with the decision. Does he want to chase a 7 or fold for the extra 240, essentially? See Skywalker's number get it in there. Dan, 236 to call, 780 in the middle. So not getting probably the right price here on 3 club board. Does lay it down. Skywalker taking that one down. 780 back his way. I believe he's in for 1,000 on the night. So just almost back at even.
I feel like that you should slow roll. That specific one, you should be like, I'm gonna just sit back and enjoy this for a minute or two. You guys are drawing absolute stone dead, just letting you know. But I just want to like.
I was gonna say
This is
this
never
little
gonna
bit.
happen. This is never gonna happen again in my entire life. You are lucky. The first time I went to SA Card House, I did the button straddle.
Yeah.
4 people were, or 4 or 5 people were all in ahead of me before I even acted. I was like, down at aces. This is nice.
That's funny, man. This game's
is
at
very
6
nice.
great. Those games are fantastic at 7.
4 folded, 5 called, 45.
These are
6
deep
fold,
games too.
7 fold,
We were playing 2-5 over there. It
8
was
called, 45.
not short.
Yeah, from all of us.
I was sitting at 1-2 table.
Yeah,
A
this
guy
will
had
be
6,800 in the
25.
stack. The average table stack was like 2,500. This guy was on. It seemed insane.
I hope I win the side, but I
One
hope
of the
you
biggest
win the
ones in
main.
the
Let's go.
Feel
Good,
that
man.
color.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
All
good
the
luck.
way on the side.
Oh, I checked.
Seat 8 checks. 1 check.
Check.
3 checks.
Go all in. Go all in.
He made it. 5 hands.
What's funny
5
is
checks.
can't
Next
say
round. Seat 8, bet. 100. He wants it all in.
I'm rooting for a 5. I want to see Keller take this down. Give us a 5.
246.
I mean, Keller was in for $5, right? So
Seat 3 fold. Seat 5 fold.
5 for a 5 would be.
Then we got a call.
Is it appropriate to? Will we get
246.
censored from YouTube if we say I got 5 on it?
There we go. Alright, what are we doing?
twice.
Always once.
You
Okay.
can't say always once if you went
Alright.
twice earlier.
Keller has 1 out. 5 of clubs.
Choice twice is good.
Fido
You can do whatever.
about 7 outs
Whatever you want to do.
Twice.
between the aces and 9s that he's looking for. Daniel
Alright.
way in the lead.
Anyone split.
Oh, hell yeah.
Even though I certainly play the cards.
Alex, if you want to take off, you can. Sure.
Oh, I
Wow, you're
5
not dead.
hands.
You're not
5.
dead.
5. Oh shit.
Shit.
Alright.
10 more. No, 10.
We're going twice.
Gotta be 5.
5 1 time. 5 of clubs 1 time.
Oh.
Deuce of diamonds. Ooh. Didn't we see who folded deuces? And the ace of spades. So Fido does get there on the second board.
Alright. Color out. And then
Adding 700 on you.
you're adding 700. Who's adding 700?
Alright. We're
Okay.
going rest 1 time for the rest of the night. No more
Queen
twice.
10. Chop it up.
Just commit to 1 time for life.
I have
Just
been,
make
and then
the
everybody's
decision.
asking I'm too nice. That's the problem.
Just commit and just be like, I'm 1 time until the grave.
I think that's
I
where I'm
want
at.
to. I'm too
Brett.
nice.
Honestly,
The
I
problem
regret
is
I'm getting
people
very
ask,
close
and then
to
I'm
that.
doing nice.
The butterfly effect is too much. Like I just, I'd rather.
I would have a lot more tips if I just ran it once.
One time.
It's gonna be the same in the long run.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Definitely being nice. Running once last night.
Saves
Wasn't
time,
change
1
anything,
minute.
thank God. But I was the only one to
Keeler's
red.
probably
I was
like,
gonna
because I
get
get
bigger
bigger
hits.
So
If it's a home game, the game
You
better like
did.
be over twice.
You won the toss.
You didn't want to keep it.
Yeah, but especially, I think you're more interested about stones.
Yeah, if I were at a home game, I would, especially if I'm a guest. I don't care.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Depends on the game. How it feels. Do I want to get invited back? Factors.
Here we go, though. Still a few nit buttons hanging around. 4, 5, it looks like, to be exact.
I'm starting to get very close to being a 1 time only guy.
Keller with 1 in the 2 seat.
You know, I have a
Two
strong
raises to
preference for
35.
1 time
I'm going to open it to 35 here. 9-8 offsuit. He wants to get rid of this nit button desperately.
Seat 4 call.
Gabe makes the call. Ace-10 off. Garrett. Same hand. Ace-10 offsuit for him.
Seat 5 raises.
With 1 seat better position. Andrew lays it down. Vito lays it down. Skywalker with Jack 5 suited. Gets out of the way. Keller follows suit and it's back to Gabe. $85 for him to call the 120. Ace 4-4 rainbow flop. Both players flopping top pair with a 10 kicker. Chopping this up should both of them stay in. Garrett going to continue his story. Telling Gabe he has an ace, which he does. Gabe just happens to also have a pretty good ace himself. Makes the call. Jack on the river, 489 in the pot. Gabe with a nit button, Garrett with a nit button himself. Gabe gonna lead here. 375. Nice big sizing here. Garrett takes a look over at Gabe. Assessing the situation here. Gabe looking calm, cool, and collected. Wouldn't be surprised to see Garrett rip it here, but decides to just make the call in case he runs into something better. And they're going to chop it up. Would have been an interesting spot had Garrett decided to make that play over Gabe's bet and put the rip in, because Gabe with just the 10 in his hand is also playing the jack kicker on the board as well on the ace 4-4, right?
I was thinking about rebluffing you. I would try to get you out of top.
If we bet there and get ripped on, we have to be worried about ace queen, ace king at a minimum. And I don't think many hands that rip there are losing to ace 10. Iowa Matt, though, having the time of his life in the 3 seat over here. He's at the water park right now with that all-day wristband. Sliding through this game. 4 deuce of clubs. Open it up, $75 over the $20 double straddle. Professor makes the call, pocket threes. Daniel 330 behind, puts it all in. Matt quickly out of the way. And I wonder, Professor probably making this call here. He does quickly make the call. So here we go. We got a nice little flip. Threes versus queen jack suited. Almost 800 in the skillet here. Queen 5-4, 2 diamonds. Daniel jumping out in the lead. Professor needs a 3 and a 3 only. No help on the river. Daniel taking that one down. 779 going his way. Professor bleeds a little.
Totally right. He got it in the head early. He got it in the head early. Probably behind him. Similar EV.
For me.
For you.
Gabe with a knit button. Keller with a knit button. Garrett with a knit button in the 5. Andrew in the 7. And Fido in the 8. 5 knit buttons remaining. It's been what I feel has been a exaggerated knit game at this point to still have 5 buttons out there. Iowa Matt making the call, $10 with pocket 5s. Gabe, who did get carried away, I believe during the last knit game, lays down the 9-6 there. Fido made the call on the button. Skywalker out of the way. Daniel bumping it up. King Jack suited. Snap call from Matt. Fido out of the way. Ace, Queen, 9, 2 hearts, 1 club for Daniel. 5's still in the lead. However, Daniel, plenty of outs. He goes 70. Takes it down. Gabe bumps it up $40. Andrew making the call with the pocket 6s. Skywalker making the call as well with the ace. A 6 to boot. 3 ways here. 6 is in the lead right now. It's an ace in the window, though. 3 diamonds. Nobody with a diamond. Gabe making the check. Andrew with a quick check. Skywalker checking behind with his ace. Gabe, however, turning a king. He does have Broadway. 3 diamonds on the board already. 134 in the pot. Let's see him go something like 65. Skywalker not ready to give up with his ace just yet. Makes the call. In position. 3 of hearts. Pretty inconspicuous card. Skywalker may think that his ace is still good as the hand is played. Gabe could perhaps get 200, 225. Does go 225. And a snap call from Skywalker. Broadway. Going to be taking that one down. Nicely done. That's so Gabe.
Nah, he's still in it.
Just watch them. Move the lot to do something simple.
I know.
Like these three guys right here.
Okay. We gotta.
Maybe the guy in the middle. There we go. That's what we need.
I'll take 7 deuce, please,
I was
dealer.
about to say, I have 7 deuces.
I prefer suited, but offsuit's okay.
All the flush drives just go all of it loose, you know what I mean?
Max is the first, I'm gonna get aces, and then I go run out of the deuce.
Did I tell you about that hand, the mulligan? Kyle had aces. Toby raised from the small blind.
7 deuce.
7 deuce. Kyle 3-bets him. Toby just flop his king, queen, deuce. They get it all in.
And here we go. Another hand of the Nick game. Hand 68 of the night. We started just after 7 o'clock, I believe, tonight. Fido makes the call, $10. Queen 9 of diamonds. Skywalker bumps it up, $35. Keller not afraid of $35. Gonna go 3 ways. Jack in the window, followed by a 9 and an ace. Keller flopping best here, but no players really loving this flop particularly with the ace on board. Keller checks. Fido gonna continue telling his story. $80 is his asking price. Keller, who's been just getting smashed all night, does make the call, and if he's committing right here, I think he's got to be committing to the whole hand, especially when he turns a king. If he checks it over to Fido, this could end up big. Keller going 100 here. Not surprising to see asking for his own price, and Keller finding the love he needs on the river, the 8 of hearts, to remain good here. Has about $50 less than a pot size bet here, so practically a 1-to-1 SPR.
Flush draw, nice. Like a straight draw. After 15 was fucking another.
Oh, really? Is that a rule? He said if you move all in, I'll call. SPR, and if he moves all in, he has to call.
I don't like that rule, actually.
I think I do like that rule. I don't care about what happened here, but I think I do like that rule.
I didn't say that technically. I said,
No, I'm not worried about it.
No, I said if you said if you move all
for
in, I
sure.
call. Then if he moves all in at the area, you've already
Garrett would
called.
definitely
Called
bind
us.
it for sure. But
Even when
I
it's
know
not on
Keller,
you?
so
And this is a friendly game, so
Yeah.
I mean it's not the same.
even if it wasn't friendly, I know the rules.
be
I
hostile.
understand the rules and I would just follow.
Well, it's
Wouldn't be a
different
rule.
in
Yeah,
different
that rule.
places.
That wouldn't
but-
be a rule most places.
I like it exactly how it went down.
5, no, 2 aces, 6 aces to 30, 7 folds.
I saw this.
Professor opening $30. Fido making the call. with the Jack 8 of hearts. So Professor dominating the hearts here. Iowa Matt making the call, ace 10 offsuit. And that's so Gabe. Queen Jack of clubs, no nit button. Still plenty of players with nit buttons. But gonna make it 225. Play a little defense here.
My favorite is when a lot of places have a cut rule, so somebody will.
Professor making the call, 225. Ace 9 of hearts.
That's true. Well, doesn't the lot do that?
I believe so.
Yeah, a lot of that does. I saw someone face they get angry doing that.
So heads up. Jack 8-8 is the flop. No help for Professor. Gabe with a jack, obviously. 520 in the middle. Professor, the effective stack here, 1,500 deep. Gabe going to continue for about half pot, 250 there, and quick fold from Professor.
I swear I haven't seen like I play on stream and I just get no play money.
Yeah, defense first round.
Defense the first hour, 2 hours put me up 45%. I think it's only made it up to 10. There's some hands, big win some hands.
Seven raises to 30. C8 call. 9 fold. 1 call 30. 2 calls. 3 folds.
Big hand brewing here. Daniel, pocket twos.
5 folds.
Gabe with pocket jacks. Andrew, king, queen suited. Perhaps the best hand he's seen all night. Not gonna get after it. Fido. Ace 5 of diamonds. Some people call it the new aces. Does lay it down. So we still have some nit buttons lying around. Henry, just seeing your chat right here. I will go and respond to that after this stream is over tonight. I'll try and make sure I do that for you. Appreciate that. Ace 9-9. Keller with just 5 high and a dream. Rips it. Rips it. He's got a 1 SPR. Now Gabe in an absolutely miserable spot. Pocket jacks. And our opponent is ripping $600 into us on an ace high board. The only thing that could be better is if it were like ace queen 9, ace king 9, obviously. However, just the ace alone is enough to put Gabe into the blender. This one's going to take some time, guys. Let me play the Jeopardy theme song, and I'll be right back. For real, though, 1, if he's going to make the call in the chat. 2, if he folds. What are we thinking? Does Gabe make the call or does he fold? I can see arguments both ways, obviously. Reasoning for making the call here is the way that Keller's night has gone. Call's only, 650. So not a ton. However, we're just like always beat here. I mean, clearly not always, but such a huge portion of the time. He makes the call. What a call from Gabe. Those of you that said 1 in the chat, nicely done. Eight of clubs, river. No help for Keller. His only outs were the spades, and Gabe taking down a $2,000 pot. We have seen some big pots tonight. Many over $1,000. A few over $2,000. And one that was at least $4,000. Beautiful shot right there of those Red Star chips. But a big shout out to all of y'all listening from all over, especially if you're in Duluth, Minnesota tonight. I want to give that a big shout out. What a city. I did have this question though. I had to ask. So professor, obviously a real life professor. Like, that's not made up. He's taught people things. But I had this thought the other day is when I was in college, like, remember you had student teachers, and I just thought to myself, I'm like, aren't all teachers student teachers? And go on and marinate on that for a minute. Garrett with the check mark on the turn now. Still a knit button in front of him, as well as a knit button in front of Andrew. Andrew going 140 here. A little over half pot. Garrett with second pair and a atrocious kicker. As bad as it gets. Gonna make the call. Andrew dead, but rivering a pair of threes, perhaps. When he's checked to, will take his showdown value rather quickly now. Unless he's got bad intentions. No, he does just check back. Nice hand for our man Garrett in the 5 seat. 2 more nit buttons here. Andrew Stein not in a hurry to get rid of his. He might just take it home with him tonight if this doesn't hurry up. Got Ryan Casa in the chat saying that Gabe is a different player without the jacket. I mean, there were times where we were worried about his stack, and seems now he's building towers. Jack 10-8 flop 3 ways. Skywalker with a 10. Garrett with King Jack. Vito just ace high. Put a nit button in tow. Garrett rips it. 139 in the pot. Vito, the effective stack, basically, with 508. Skywalker just 356. So Garrett's ripped not for a whole lot, covering both those players after that big hand, but he still ripped it. And who we got, chat? We got Andrew and we got Fido. Who's your money on to lose the Nick game? Let's get our predictions in right now. Daniel opens it up. King 10 offsuit. Gabe gonna make the call with pocket threes from the hijack. Garrett coming along, King 4 suited of the club variety. Professor out of the way. Andrew waking up with a great squeeze hand here, just decides to call. Interesting choice. Nit game still in effect. We have that yellow nit button in front of us, and he just decides to call and play it like this. So many opportunities for bad results for us. This being perhaps one of the worst is Fido, who is also the only other remaining player in the Nick game. When we check it to him, he rips it with his 9-6 off that he flopped a pair with. So it is going to be Andrew paying the nit tax. $20 going Tanya's way. And $180, I believe, in the middle. Dead money up for grabs. Keller, 7-8 of diamonds. Best hand ever made. Gonna get after it here. Does not want to fold. You can't win pots by folding. Daniel with Jack 10 off. Skywalker, King 3 of diamonds as well. And then that's so Gabe. Putting it all in now. Daniel going to be forced to call. So we have a big pot brewing here. 2,700 total. Over 27. 3,100 total in this pot. The best hand is ace queen right now. I'm taking 7-8 of diamonds to win. That's my favorite hand ever. Skywalker in really rough shape. Daniel at least has the straight outs working for him and not much else. Gabe, though, in a great spot. It was Ryan Casa just a few hands ago that said Gabe is a different player with the jacket off. Well, here you go. Jacket off. He's getting it in 4 ways with the best of it. Can he hold? $3,100 out on the felt. I always got to root for my favorite hand, 7-8 of diamonds. Best hand of all time. Next to every other hand out there almost. Like, I would rather have aces or kings. Or queens or tens or jacks or ace king or ace queen. Like everything, but 7-8 of diamonds, fire. Flops an 8. King, though. Skywalker looking nice. 5 of clubs. Keller picks up a couple more outs. 3 of clubs, no help. Skywalker taking down the main pot. And I believe Keller taking down... Excuse me. Keller taking down the side, right? Trying to look at the math here.
Did you win? No. I broke even. That's a win with 8 high.
So there were 3 side pots. One side pot went to Gabe. That was Daniel's extra money. Keller took down the other side. And Skywalker took down the main. So a nice win for that man with the King 3. Here we go. Here's some cumulative winnings. Here's the numbers. Iowa Matt, 2,300 in the green. Garrett right behind him, 1,600. Gabe up 15. Some big stacks tonight. Big winners. Christopher, no specific story in particular. 7-8 of diamonds has just been a very good hand to me in big tournament spots. And there was a time when I went deep in a pretty big tournament, like 6 figures up top tournament, where I had played it to get, down to final 2 tables when I was short to crack kings and to crack queens, like almost in the same orbit, that hand. And then for like a week or 2 weeks after that specific hand, I could not lose with it. So just that kind of thing. That's so Gabe. 2 pair, king, queen.
No, we all had 2 live first.
Yeah, I'd like to see those. It's pretty equity wise.
That would be a crazy one to see.
All 7.
It'll be there in 15 minutes.
We might be up to 15%.
Nice.
Yeah, you're getting there.
We're getting there.
You wanna play another Nick game or?
Yeah. Do we have time?
I'll have time.
We probably have time to play till the end of the Nick game.
One more Nick game?
220, right?
Yeah.
220.
All right. Yeah, no, we're gonna cap it at 200. That's it.
200 in the middle,
That's it.
20 to the dealer.
He's saying no.
Can we do it?
Is it not
Yeah.
this hand? Is it
It's
this hand?
this hand.
All right, this hand. It's on. It's on.
Nits on
Yeah,
this
200
hand.
total. 180 plus
All
20.
right.
cap it at 200.
Starting the Nit game.
Guys, you got $20.
One more ride. Yep.
Me plus her.
One more time.
Can't even take it over for that much.
What time is it right now?
All right. We got a 20 straddle, C4,
I only know that because she just asked.
and then sheet 5 fold, sheet 6 fold,
No, it doesn't. Time flies.
7
When you're
raises to 60, sheet 8 fold, sheet 9
It's a
fold,
good group. I like Angel and stuff.
sheet 1 fold,
Yeah. You.
Gabe just come and mops up every time he plays. I'm like, what?
It's a good group thing.
No,
I love fun.
no,
Question is, do we see Keller try and spin this stack back up? He's got
we got a check.
something like 600 probably in front of him now. 800. Maybe a little less if that's one black, but
You weren't there the second time. You were there.
ace 10 8. Iowa Matt in the lead with his 10. Checks to Andrew again. Andrew's still with his knit button. Is Iowa Matt a non-believer? He is a non-believer. Makes the call with his 10. Andrew needs help at king, queen, or jack. Does not come. Iowa Matt, the best hand, $634. It goes check, check. And Matt going to take that $634 pot down. Andrew wondering why he did not fire that extra shell.
The lime topo might be the best ever. I love that. Love the lime.
But again, it's another Nick game, so can't be too surprised by the Iowan taking it down. Professor, second hand of this Nick game, waking up with pocket kings. Pretty nice. Just making the call for the 20, expecting a raise behind, and it does come in by way of our man Lateralus. Professor going to punish this. Say a couple of green chips go into that one. There we go. It's going to have to make it 400. Daniel just ripping it. Jack 9, as good as any.
You're a crusher.
One time.
6, 7, 8.
Professor looking for the win on this one to I mean, he's got it locked up practically. Unless, don't do it to him. Okay. Professor taking down that pot. 1,300 goes his way. 2,100 in the stack of the Professor. Nicely done. Would have been another sick runner situation.
He's only doing it because we've been doing it to him, and he's like, I have to do it back. I have to respond back.
I think it's a valid strategy to start breaking.
Sure.
I almost never do it.
It can, I think in the mid game it can have some value.
Yeah, also in other slide games. You play the silly fire truck game, it's like totally valid.
I think I did last night was the straight.
And you love some raise.
Yeah, any game where like people are incentivized to go after it. Yeah, but then you have to think about balancing it.
But a lovely evening tonight. Live on location from Red Star Social in Austin, Texas. You guys come on down, come play. We've got games running all the time. Good night, Ryan. Appreciate you tuning in tonight. Thanks for supporting us here at Red Star Social, rooting on your buddy Gabe as well.
Not sitting there like, oh my God, I'm giving up $10,000 to be in here because I could be
Rushing
DLO at
everyone in Austin.
Maybe just like 3,000.
opportunity cost.
You wouldn't have this quality tabletop.
Trying to drive him away.
Keller bumping it up here. $35. King 4 of spades. Iowa Matt. Ace King of clubs. It looks like he's being relentless, and Iowa Matt has been able to show down some big hands. But hold your horses. Professor actually waking up with a monster here. Professor, $600 is the new asking price. Iowa Madden for $150 at the moment, $4,500 behind, covering Professor, who has about $2,100 total. Watch out. And Matt rips it. Here we go. Here we go. All in and a call. We've got Ace King versus Queens. Biggest flip of the night. Biggest pot of the night. 4,300 in the middle. One time. Matt, can he continue his run good here? Oh, no. Queen in the window. Two clubs right behind it. Oh, my God. Matt looking for another club to keep that gas money. And he turns more outs. Looking for a 10 or a club now. My God. Professor needs to fade the world. A club on the river. Iowa Matt takes down the second biggest pot of the night as well. $4,300 going into that man's pocket. Professor going to be shipping those chips. FedEx. One day. What's Professor do now? Is he out? Is he rebuying? My goodness gracious. Greenbird going Tanya's way. Again, Iowa Matt saying, thank you for bailing me out. And that's it for Professor. That's all she wrote. And look at this mountain of chips. I mean, absolutely incredible. The guy from Iowa can't miss. If you're from Iowa and you're watching the stream, come on down to Red Star because Iowans run incredible on the stream at Red Star. I'm just saying, we'll get you on the list. We'll get you in the game. Come on down. I haven't checked with our stats team in the back, but pretty sure that Iowa Matt may be the most winningest player from Iowa in our stream so far. Could be wrong, but I mean, the legend of Iowa Matt now. Skywalker and Daniel heads up in this pot. Daniel the best of it with king high still.
Maybe would have won one runner though.
Throw the 20, I'll throw the 40. One time. One time. Yes.
All right, we got a 20 and a redraw for 40 on seat 2.
Tournament style.
Yes, sir. 10 big blind
The
poker.
redraw 40.
Easy game, easy game.
Thank you very much. Straddle 40. C3 4. C4 4. 5 bet.
How much you have?
400.
We got an all-in 2-7.
Andrew pocket tens here, ripping it.
C8 fold.
1,000 doll hairs in the middle.
You out to eat or something afterwards?
Right at 1,000, 1,007. We're going to 1,007. Seat 1 fold and 2 fold.
Andrew getting rid of his knit button, taking down a small pot, but does not have to see a flop. Doesn't have to worry about paying the knit tax now. Here's the cumulative winnings now. Iowa Matt up almost 5K. Garrett up 16. Gabe up 16. Skywalker up almost 500. Then we got some losers in the red right now. Professor leaving down 1,300. Andrew down 14. Daniel down 16. Keller down the most right now, down 3,600. But he's revamped his stack. He's building it back up step by step.
If I'm going to steal money, it's got to be in the 7 figures before I consider doing it.
Yeah, not chump change.
Right.
No. C3 fold. 4 fold.
Breaking
5
into the
fold.
loop.
No.
Yeah,
I mean, if
exactly. Gotta be
there's
worth
no
it.
way it would
60.
happen, but if they accidentally overpay me $1 million, I'd be
7
cash
raises
this
to
out. I'll take
60.
it. I'm going to go now.
C8 fold.
Well,
C9 call 60.
Just by card race, definitely too.
C1 fold. And C2 call 60.
I mean, at this point, with how the guys are playing it, it almost feels like a cash sit and go, where the end result is that Iowa Matt takes home all the money. Skywalker with King Queen here on the King Queen 6 board. 191 in the middle. Does check around. 4 of spades. No help for Keller or Andrew. And Skywalker just going to take that one down. Get rid of his knit button.
Better than like a 1-3 game where you're making $9 from. Two of it is promotional, but I just look at promotions as gone.
Iowa Matt, ace queen of clubs. Gabe does put in the 3-bet with the suited ace-4 of the hearts variety. Matt, ace-queen of clubs. These two are going to battle it out here. Ace in the window. 2 clubs behind it, and it's also a 5 deuce. So Gabe, with the wheel outs, going to continue betting after it got checked to him. $85. Matt going to make the call. So here we go. Another big one brewing right now. And another ace. Oh my goodness gracious. How good does Iowa Matt run? The biggest stack in the game. That's so Gabe in the 4 seat. And Iowa Matt, wow, goes check, check. Iowa Matt hitting his queen unnecessarily, but he hits it. And Iowa Matt going big here. Looks like 800. That's so Gabe hates it. He's got his head in his hands. He knows. It's like he knows he should fold, but I just don't see any universe in which he's going to be folding this hand as played. He makes the call. Going to get the bad news and see ace queen. Yeah, 700 was the bet on the river. And Iowa Matt continuing the sun run of a lifetime. Tommy Smith, thank you for tuning in. Good night to you as well. And a mountain of chips. Beautiful black 100 chips on the top of that stack, as well as those beautiful lavender chips here at Red Star, worth $500 a piece. So just the top of the stack right there. Those 2 500s worth $1,000. Those 2 stacks of blacks worth $2,000 a piece, $5,000 on the top of that man's stack. And I mean, there really is no limit to what can happen here. The sky's the limit. Iowa Matt waking up with pocket nines, the Gretzky hand. King 4-3. Nobody with a king, so nine's still good. Garrett with a wheel draw, looking for a deuce, looking for an ace. Decides he's going to put a bet out here. Looks like 45. Daniel makes the fold. Iowa Matt, way too smart to fold this early. Jack of spades. Another over to the pocket nines. Another spade on the board. Garrett in position here. Would like to see him continue for like 175, perhaps. 125. That's going to get it done as well. He does get rid of his knit button. A welcome sight for the G-Man in the 5 seat, who, although he's been quiet, still doing pretty well tonight.
Obviously, yeah, at that point.
I'm not beating anybody. I just think in that spot, based on how the day's played out.
Then straddle. Five fold.
Really good for 3. Yeah, he's
Seven fold.
6 straight.
Raise to 120.
Four boat would have been good for you too.
Do not fold. One fold.
Fido, knit button. King 7 of hearts. Keller, knit button as well. 329 behind. He's been getting kicked in every which direction tonight. Going to just have to put this one all in, I imagine. There it is.
We have a 320. 329 looks like. See, 2 fold. See, 4 fold.
Let's
8
see him,
calls
boys.
all in.
Final game.
Keller all in. Fido calls. I believe they're the last two remaining knit buttons, if I'm not mistaken.
What are we doing?
So Keller needing to fade a king in the immediate future. And hearts, ultimately. Not a bad start. 9-8 deuce. 3 outs for Fido. Now, a couple more outs. No 10, no 5. Deuce of clubs. Safe river for Keller. Gonna get rid of that knit button, which he was dreading having to pay if he lost there. He was not going to be happy about that one. Fido, luckily, a couple chips back to pay the knit tax and equip this splash pot with some more money. Here's your VPIP numbers for the night. Nobody really in dangerous territory. We're going to establish some rules here soon, but 25%, definitely worthy of an all-night session, seeing 80, 100 plus hands. That's plenty good. Anything below, I mean, at this point, below like, for sure, like 15 would be atrocious. But where do you think we should set the line? I mean,
I figure he's got a hand.
Alright, so there's a straddle 10, a restraddle 20, a 7, and an all-in.
You got kings, jacks, tens, all of them are just folding by about $200. So I might as well fire 7.
Here's my
Yeah,
logic
for
though. He bet
26.
smaller though. I think he bet smaller would be a bluff because if you're bluffing, why go that big
200.
risky, right?
200.
Straddle all ins or
Watching all night?
Straddle
so
10.
Fido is, this is the splash pot, by the way. $180, I believe. No, $200, I believe, in the middle, and $20 to Tanya. So Fido left with just $26. He's all in blind. Gets the Red Star nuts 6-4 dealt to him. That's got to be a blessing if I've ever seen one. Daniel making it 145, I believe, with Queen 8 offsuit. Keller ripping it with Queen 9 offsuit. He has Daniel absolutely dominated right here. Should Daniel make the call? And I assume Daniel's going to make the call with how much he already put out there. What is going on? This game is absolutely off the rails. 11-19 here in Austin, Texas.
I have the hand of the day. I was inspired. By this man. No, I was inspired by him.
And these guys want to play some poker.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Oh, no, we have a few hands to play if y'all want. This was just the last of the knit game. Yeah. So y'all have like maybe another round or so if you want. Another orbit. Okay. You guys want to show?
I'm blind, so they can show their one. Let's surprise ourselves.
And here we go.
Sweat it. One time, sweat it. Yeah, sweat it, man. Yeah, I wouldn't want it out there. We'll sweat it. Yeah.
This may be the last hand of the night based on the players' reactions here. Queen in the window, ace, queen, 6, 2 clubs. Keller with the queen of clubs. A 6 on the turn. Fido picking up the 6. Gonna win the main pot. $112 going his way. And Keller and Daniel chopping on the side. So Daniel taking back his almost 400. Keller taking his money back. Fido, the Red Star nuts prevail. A big shout out to the one and only Big E making that happen.
Sorry, I should have said it. I was talking to him too. Okay.
No problem at all. I wouldn't have gotten up to go get racked.
And perhaps I was wrong. We do have a few more hands.
Maybe we have 5 or 6 minutes. They'll come in and tell us.
But y'all can always continue playing too, so
But I mean, look at that stack in the 3 seat. Iowa Met. Absolutely crushing tonight. Has been a great stream tonight. Lots of big hands, lots of action, some great players to watch, some great characters tonight as well. An awesome job by the guys in the production booth as well, doing all of the graphics, doing all the camera work, running the game. Getting all the visuals for you guys, as well as a great job by the dealers tonight. It has been an all-around great night. Another very successful and exciting stream to watch here at Red Star Social. I have been on the edge of my seat all night and had some big calls and some huge hands to watch and enjoy myself. So if you don't agree with me and you don't have that same sentiment, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, it looks like we got Professor in the chat now saying he can't beat Iowa Matt. Yeah, I mean, Iowa Matt tonight, Professor, he ran pretty hot. You'll go back and watch some of those hands, I imagine, and I mean, you saw a couple of them at the table clearly, but he ran pretty hot tonight. Very tough to beat the furnace when you're the log. I don't know if anybody's ever said that before, but I'll trademark it if not. Iowa Matt pocket fours, and we haven't really seen a lot of sets flopped tonight in this stream, so if anybody can do it, my money is on Iowa Matt right here with the fours. Dang it. Good thing I'm not a betting man. King 5-5. Garrett checks. It's on Fido. Ace high. Good at the moment. Everybody looking for something. Well, pardon me. I forget that the fours are in there. Ace high not good at the moment. Ace high good against all the hands on the left of the screen. I forget that the that fifth hand goes to the right. Screws me up too. Matt taking down a nice little nightcap pot. $22 of y'all still watching. 22 likes on the stream tonight. If you haven't yet, please go hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. Doing big things over here in Austin, Texas at Red Star Social. We might have a big one here. Keller opens at $35. Andrew putting in a 3-bet. Been pretty quiet over there. Ace, King of Hearts. Not going to deter Keller. His hearts absolutely dominated, looking for some straight cards or an 8 or a 6. So some straight opportunities. Andrew putting out a quick C-bet, $110 out there. Takes it down. Keller out of the way. $500 in his stack. Winding it down on another great Wednesday night stream. We stream every Wednesday night, 7 p.m. Central Time. We have a stream next week, but then we are going to take 2 weeks off for the holidays. So don't expect a Christmas present from us on Christmas Eve. And we're also not going to be coming to your New Year's Eve party either.
I know, it was a lot of 30, 70s, 40, 60s, 50, 50s. Just none of them went my way.
However, we're going to try and resume normal programming at the start of January. Iowa Matt pocket tens into the night, and this is just a insane spot here. Iowa Matt never not getting this in versus both, and Daniel never not making the call versus both here. We got a 3-way all in. end of the night here, and it's a big pot. It's a big pot, $1,500 pot here. Tens versus ace king versus ace queen. Daniel, the short stack, 436 going into the main from each player. Leaving 66 on the side, I believe, for Keller and Iowa Matt. Iowa Matt running very, very good in these exact situations tonight. Can the tens hold? Tens versus ace queen versus ace king. One time. Tens looking to hold.
No sweat. Just not even a sweat. Just
966 rainbow. 4 of clubs on the turn. Iowa Matt, 1 card away. And he fades the kings, the aces, and the queens. The man can't lose. I mean, he's got it all. Like I said, it is just a single table cash sit and go tonight at this point. Iowa Matt taking it down. Absolutely crushing the game tonight. And look at that shot from the studio. Incredible work by the team. Great shot of those Red Star chips. Iowa Matt up almost $6,000 tonight. Garrett up close to $2,000. That's So Gabe up almost $1,500. Skywalker up about $700. Everybody else in the red. Fido down $750. Professor left down $13. Andrew about $14, and Keller leaving down about $4,000 tonight. Not a good night for my friend Keller.
You're not that lucky. He's already got quad. Not only a call, but a race. So.
Iowa Matt, and that's So Gabe. Want to play some more hands. Iowa Matt dominated, but not scared. Putting out a C-bet, $65 is the number. That's So Gabe. 2 overs. An 8 on the turn would be detrimental. Close. 9 of clubs. Matt checking it over. Perhaps for some pot control here. Gabe puts out a $125 bet and gets snap called by Matt. Queen of Hearts River check from the 3 seat. That's So Gabe. What do you want to do against the guy that has run incredibly hot tonight? Do you want to put him to the test? He does. Reach it. Counting. Putting out 375. If Matt can sniff this out and make this call, it'll be the best hand he played all night. Nope, can't do it. Don't blame him. Don't blame him. But would have been very nice. Nicely done by That's So Gabe. Getting a little bit of money back for the table to keep here in Texas, while Iowa Matt going to run off to the Midwest with all these dollar bills. Iowa Matt waking up with ace king here in the small blind. $50. That's so Gabe in the big blind. Ace 3 lays it down, as does Garrett, the suited 6-9.
How many more hands, y'all? We can take it.
It's not those. Went to the man behind the curtain.
Well, he's saying he wants to bounce, so he can play whatever he wants.
Iowa Matt may be worried about getting back to Des Moines, but he is definitely not going to be worried about DeCoin with this stack tonight. I'll tell you what.
All right. 8 calls 10. Seat 9 raises to 30. Seat 3 folds. Seat 4 falls. Seat 5 calls 30. 7 folds. 8 calls 30.
Three-way pot here, 101. 10-4-4. Fido catching some heat very, very late. Has a 4 in his hand. 10 on the turn. Not really the sight that he wanted to see. He's still going to put a bet out. Garrett with the 8s. Well, I'm speaking too soon. Skywalker going to make the call. Ace Queen. Garrett with the 8s. Probably considering a call as well until he saw Skywalker call, but not going to deter him. Fido a huge favorite here unless Garrett can find an 8 or a 10. Here comes a river. 7 of diamonds. Fido with the king 4. Fido all in. Garrett kind of in a tough spot here, actually. I think 8s is a very good bluff catcher. He does make the call and just going to have to pay off the 153.
Come on, feet two. Not enough, bro.
Alright, we gotta restraddle 20. Seat 9. 20 straddle. Seat 9. Seat 3 folds. 4 raises to 60. 5 folds. 7 folds.
That's so Gabe. Pocket 8s on the button. Makes it $60. Skywalker not going to play.
No,
I'm a bit surprised these guys do want to keep playing five-handed right now. At least until I think about it and I realize, Andrew wants to keep playing, get a little bit unstuck, perhaps from the two guys that he's to the left of in this particular instance. That's so Gabe, top pair here. Skywalker making the call with just a 7, third pair. Deuce on the river, not a scare card by any means. We're calling on the turn. We perhaps are going to be calling this river. 110 is the amount. Does make the call. Skywalker losing this one to a jack. Can't blame him, though, at all in that spot. And I mean, if we're in Iowa Matt's shoes, there's no better feeling than 3 players already leaving the table. We have a mound of chips. The game's coming to an end. I mean, practically almost over at this point. And we don't even have to worry about locking up a win or anything. We just are winning what we have. Jack on the turn. That's so Gabe. Hits his jack. 2 spades for Skywalker. This could get a little dicey. Gabe betting 70 or 65. Not an amount Skywalker's folding for. I know that much. 9 on the river. That's so Gabe still best. Here we see the hands get shown down. Gabe going to take that one. Andrew, very playable. King, queen of spades. Skywalker, 5-3 of clubs. Gabe with pocket deuces. Lays it down. And this looks like it will be the last hand of the night, I imagine. Andrew versus Skywalker here. King 5 Jack. Both players flopping a pair. And Andrew just going to take it down. So with that, last hand of the night, it was Iowa Matt up a whopping 5,600. Gabe, 1,900. Garrett, 1,400. Skywalker, $200 win, not for nothing. Fido down 375. Professor left down 1,300. Andrew down 1,300. Daniel down 2,100. And Keller down 4,000 tonight, but he'll get it back next week, I imagine. Great night of streaming tonight from Red Star Social here in Austin, Texas. And we'll be back at you again with our last stream of the 2025 calendar year next Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central Time. I hope to see you again next week. Good night, y'all.